Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
Yo, No Maniacs. Welcome into this special edition of Nomad at Night. Well, we're going to get a chance tonight to break down those UDFAs we could not do on Wednesday night because the breakdowns were really good as far as the actual draft picks went, and really didn't want to step on that. Plus, we were just there for a long time, and so we thought it best to come here on Sunday night and break down these UDFAs, and hopefully Samuel might show up here because I know he wanted to be a part of this. So, you know what, man? We about to have a hell of a show, man. I think we got a great UDFA class, and I'll get right out here on the record and tell you what I think of them overall. I do think the Bears are going to try to clear out some of the bottom rung of that roster with some of these guys that have been here a couple years at least. I think this is really an opportunity for them to kind of flip the roster the best way they can. And some of these guys, I'd say about 7 or 8 of these guys, I think, have a very strong chance to make this roster. And we'll specify which of these guys I think have a good chance to make this roster. I like them all. You know, they all have their own unique traits to them, but we're going to break it down the right way on the channel, let you know exactly what you need to know about these players, man. But without further ado, let me pass it on over to Canada, a bounce pass, because I bet your kids ate too much and can't jump.
Yeah. I don't know about jumping, but I definitely had some good food, that's for sure. Either way, welcome all to one and all to our good old show, Nomad at Night on Sunday night. Thank you all for coming. We're going to get into to regular Bears fare as we do on a Sunday night. And, I'm glad that all y'all is out there with us. Big shout out to Dobbsy34 and Paul Rodriguez is with us right now. Paul Rodriguez. In any event, things are pretty status quo for your boy. Regular, slow weekend. Bought myself a freezer. Yeah.
What size?
What size, he says. You're interested in the freezer. I was just throwing that in there because it was who gives a shit about my freezer?
We always talking about this stuff on Extra Sauce about things to go and purchase. It's a great purchase. I just wanted to see what size freezer you got.
I didn't go crazy. I got a 7-inch freezer. Now straight up, we kind of specifically wanted to go to Costco to go get it. And we had a bunch of a couple years worth of coupons from, you know what I mean? Like if you have the executive membership, you get some money back, right? They get a little cash back. So a couple of years worth of coupons, about $200 worth of coupons, and we expect to spend about $300 on a freezer. I'm looking online; they cost about between $249, $289 Canadian. That is. After the Costco, man, they had it on for $189. I come out of the Costco after grabbing some dinner and a couple of accoutrements, as the French would say. That's AKA bullshit.
How many rotisserie chickens you get?
You know what I'm saying? I actually didn't get any. We gotta.
Bullshit.
You know what I mean? This time we didn't do the.
Go in there and don't get rotisserie chicken.
I didn't do rotisserie. This normally we would, like, real talk. Normally it's almost a faux pas leaving there without it. But we got something like we got donaires, man. I don't know if y'all mess with donaires. I have like a donaire platter. You just take that home. heat it up, and you're good to go. So that was dinner tonight.
Wait, what's a donaire?
What's a donaire? It's like it's a euro.
Oh, y'all get those in platters basically over here in Costco?
Yeah.
So y'all kind of ethnic up there then, huh?
The only thing is that
it's a multicultural country. Like it kind of sound white, but like you know what I mean? Like I'm just saying.
Their favorite donaire is like a chicken in gyro.
No, this was beef.
It was beef.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Oh, sorry, my bad. It was lamb. Like my bad.
Oh, so that's the gyro, man. It's not a donaire.
No, you tell that to the country of Lebanon, they'll slap you. You know what I mean? So like it depends. It depends who you are and where you're from. If you are from Greece, you're gonna call it a euro or a gyro, whatever you want to call it. If you're from Lebanon, a little bit further down, same damn thing.
Gyro.
But
they call it a donaire.
I heard Lebanese people are crazy as hell. But Smitty Q, man, he said he's got that real deal Chester freezer. I opted not to.
You mean the kind you put grandma in?
7.5.
Yeah, that's the big boy. That's the big boy
body pack freezer.
Like
that's a couple grandmas.
When you like to bag deers and shit, that's the kind of freezer you need.
Damn.
Well, I bet that thing ain't no punk on the light bill.
All in my garage. So I used to have one of them when I was a kid, man. And like, anyways, yeah, I didn't want one of those. Like that's a little bit large for all intents and purposes.
Man,
you know what I mean?
Man, you remember back in the day when people be throwing away their old refrigerators and freezers, and they have to tell the kids not to play in them because little Jimmy up the block get caught in them and suffocate.
Brother, my sister got caught. I like purposefully like avoided this story. Then you went right down that lane. So like my sister got stuck in one.
Oh,
and like it wasn't really an like my room was in the basement. She was messing around and wound up in the freezer. And I just heard, I was like, what the hell's going on? Oh man, what are you doing? And you know what I mean? Like, got her out the freezer.
So she wasn't in there long enough to freak out.
No, well, you get
in
stuck in there, you're freaking out. So she banged on it. I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like a stone's throw away. I'm in the basement right there, right by the freezer. So I hear her banging on it. I let her out. No big thing, but that was the immediate memory that came to mind.
Well, Smitty, I went and got 3 of what Keds has got. I didn't buy them all at the same time.
You went and got 3 of them?
Not at the same time. I got 3 of them now, but I didn't get them at the same time. I accumulated them.
Oh, I see. All right, I see.
And it's about $600 worth of freezer at that.
Okay.
You got them all in different circuits, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, 2 of them is on one circuit. 2 of them's on one circuit, and the other one's on another one.
I was very pleased with the purchase price. It was hilarious, man, because like 2 weeks before I'd gone to the Costco with one of them coupons. Wife was like, "Here, take this and go and get whatever you're getting." I was like, "All right." You know what I mean? I don't have to, I can just pay the difference. Cool. I got to the Costco and they're like, "Sir, you need to have her membership in order to utilize these coupons, sir." And I was like, "Oh man, like I'm not even gonna have this argument with y'all. I'm just gonna pay for the food and
hit you with the sir."
You know what I mean? So I called it a day, got out to Costco.
It's a great purchase, man. It's a great purchase. I think, and I'm true to what we talk about on the show on Extra Sauce about why I think it's a great purchase. You know, actually one shout out to my guy Hunter gifted me one of them because he was in the process of moving. Him and his wife was splitting up. And he was just trying to get rid of some shit. And he gifted me one of them. He's just like, "Man, you know, are you good with me, man? Go ahead and take it. If you want to take it." I'm like, "Oh, hell yeah, it's brand new fucking freezer."
Smitty, is that for all the shit that fall off the truck? Hey, Smitty.
Smitty's got the right idea, man. He's got the right idea. That's how you do it, man. You stack and stash. Stack and stash.
Well, I'm in a similar situation. I just kind of invested in large quantities of meat to be delivered twice a year. This way I don't have to go to the grocery store and I save a bunch of cash. But I gotta put it somewhere. You know what I mean? So
you gotta get one more purchase, a small purchase now.
What's this now?
You gotta get a vacuum sealer now.
No, it's already vacuum sealed, doc. They don't just give me the meat like so. You know what I mean? It comes vacuum sealed.
Your average meat from the store, I don't know what it is in Canada, but your average meat in the store is saran wrapped.
No. This ain't. And it's funny you say that because this is exactly not that. This is not from the store. This is from. So this is like it's a thing now, right? It's a thing. They have like meat services, right? Like folks who get meat in bulk and resell it at a bit of a discounted price because they're avoiding having to put it into the store. They're selling it straight to me, like from them. They cut it, hang it, chop it, send it to me, and they cut out the middleman. They cut out half that gas, and I see that savings. So it's like a new thing. There's like 4 or 5 of these services here in town. And these guys were kind of lucky that they caught me in a good mood.
Kids, let me ask you a question. What's Canada's version of the FDA? You know what the FDA is here?
Yeah.
Food Drug Administration, people that kind of
oversee
all of that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Want to make sure your moose meat is fresh,
CFIA, Canadian Food Inspections Agency. That's what it is.
So these guys get to kind of skip past them?
No.
Okay. That's good. That's good. You're getting
they have to, like, those guys would, like, you know what I mean? Those guys would come down, especially in the city I'm in government city. I might as well be in Washington fucking DC. But like they would, oh yeah, you're selling meat, like we up in your shit, and they'd be at your building checking everything, making sure things are straight before you could really sell that meat on an ongoing basis. So
I didn't realize there was such a need for that until I met some farmers when I was in Georgia. And there's this, like, it's always people that are wholesaling different things, whether it be meat, whether it be produce, whatever it is, always people wholesaling all kinds of shit. And one of the farmers, I just was trying to learn some stuff and ran into a farmer. He's just like, be careful. These guys out here wholesaling their products and stuff. He said, because you don't know how they're raising them. It might look good on the surface, but it could have, parasites.
Ron Winarski. Big ups to Ron Winarski.
Shout out to you, Ron. Thank you so much. But yeah, careful with that kind of stuff. But at least you guys have some oversight so people can't wiggle through some of the oversight and just sell you some shit.
No, they man, like they are serious. Like CFI is a big thing, man. Like it's a serious thing. They don't mess around. They make sure, that foods is straight. To the degree that a lot of the stuff that you guys, consider regular table stakes foods that you can get at the grocery store, these guys are like, nope, we ain't letting that onto grocery store shelves. You have to modify that or you can't sell it here. So it's quite a different thing. Like I'm saying, like when I go to Walmart in the US, I walk around the grocery aisle and be like, oh shit, I ain't seen this in about 15 years. How to get this? Like there's all kinds of stuff. We just don't. They won't allow.
Great purchase, man. Again, man, just start stacking, but you got to stack wisely, because if you don't stack that the right way, that little freezer can get a little out of hand. You have too much shit in there.
Well, like I said, it is for a very specific purpose. It's to handle all this meat that I'm gonna get delivered. This coming Friday, so it should be enough. I should be straight once it's all done, and it's meat is being delivered on Friday. Where's the pause in that?
All that meat,
all kind of pause.
All that BBC being delivered.
What's on your brain, Doc?
Hey, you the one that ordered all the meat.
Hey man, it's me. That's what it is. I can't. What am I supposed to call it?
Oh, man.
I don't know any other way to say it. I don't.
Hey, listen to Ryan. He said he saw some TikTok videos of fake food, so be careful. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
3D printed.
That's what I'm trying to, like. It's funny you say that, Ron. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Is a fake food there's fake food at the grocery store now, because I don't know if this is in the U.S., but definitely here. I can only assume it's in the U.S.
Canada is here.
You know what I mean? Like there's some sort of legislation that's been passed that says that food manufacturers don't necessarily have to tell us whether this is like from Dolly the cloned sheep. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to let you know that the food that the meat that you're buying in the store is artificial. You know what I mean? They don't.
That I gotta stay away from that kind of. I know it's there, but I just gotta keep it out of my mind, man, because I'm gonna get overly critical. And
well, you're gonna get critical for real when you actually bite into like you bite into a chicken breast and you question
it falls
your
apart.
worldview. You know what I'm saying? Like this has happened to me a couple of times, and I've been like, this chicken breast don't really taste like it should. I know what's up. You know,
well, whether it be the steroids, the artificiality of it, or they done cloned some stuff and is raising that and selling that meat. You know what I mean? So we don't know because all we know is we hungry.
That's what I'm telling you.
We don't have no spears no more, and if we did, that shit's illegal in most jurisdictions. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't going out there, hunting and gathering like we used to.
A spear, man? You're just bashing it up. Just whittle that motherfucker down.
Well, we go into the meat section and seeing what they got wrapped in the little plastic and styrofoam. What they get handy for us, and we just trusting that is meat, but we don't know.
Hey, all I know is if they can clone a chicken, it's damn sure easy to clone Tyrone.
Well, the first thing they cloned was a sheep, and those are delicious.
Shit. You better
they gave it a name. Shit, on my fire. But it was a sheep. They gave it a name and shit. And it's like, man, lamb chops. This is a cloned a chop of lamb. But it's that's not good for the human body, hence all these different cancers and such. But happy Sunday. And it's Sunday and Nomad at night and not some extra sauce. So with all these fancy fruity ass drinks Nomad be coming up with, I made my own concoction. You got this V8 Energy orange and pineapple. You pour that in a glass with some ice.
Wait. Slow down. What is it? A V8 Energy?
Yeah, V8 Energy orange and pineapple.
Never heard of that one.
And then you throw it in a glass with some ice, and I got some strawberries. Then I cut those in half and let them soak in some water or some stevia overnight. And you put that in there, with a couple fingers, of a little something, and you got a nice little cocktail. And you ain't got to do no mixing and no nothing.
Oh, so what's the heavy flavor in that V8?
Fruit.
Oh, so nothing really sticks out.
It's Dolly the sheep. Thanks, Pilgrim. No, I mean pineapple.
She was called Dolly.
Pineapple.
Pineapple orange. So you know how pineapple's got that kick to it?
Yeah, they dominate everything.
Orange got that subtle sweetness. It's just, that mixture. And then you throw those the real strawberries on there, and then you get that berry flavor in there too. So it's real fruity.
I would literally mix pineapple with any drink and be okay with it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Just love the taste of pineapple.
But it's not always in season. Fresh. And the stuff in the cans and the syrup, that ain't no bueno. But that's why I saw these. I think it was like a little 6-pack or something.
Huh.
And it's like, it's no like sugar or none of that shit added. And so you slam these and it's like, it's kind of like Popeye with his spinach. Oh shit, Morocco. What up, Yasin?
What's up, Yasin?
Yasin's out there, man. Hey, I had some crazy drink this week. Like, since y'all talking about drink, I had a crazy drink this weekend. Actually, it was I had some food last night. Shout out to my boy Roberto, man. Went over to my homeboy's house. He lives a little bit further out, like out in the sticks. But he's got a nice little place. So we went out there. Bunch of the homies watch the Celtics game last night versus Philly. Anyhow, two things went down last night. So he had this bottle of, and I'm like, I hope somebody else has seen this out there in the world. because I don't know what it's called. It's called Oak something. But this was a whiskey, scotch, and bourbon mix. It was freaking delicious. Great flavor, man. So I was pounding that back last night, that and a little bit of tequila.
Wait, did you say a whiskey, scotch, bourbon mix?
Yeah.
What kind of? I know. I think I know what brand he's talking about.
I think it's Japanese. I think it's from Japan, or the guy who produces it.
It could be smooth, but with a little burn and sweetness.
It was so it didn't have the bourbon sweetness. It was more of like
smoky.
Man, it was smoky, bro. It was like the closest thing I could compare it to is Lafroig, which is it's a Gesundheit, which is it's a Lafroig is it's a high-end whiskey, man. High-end scotch. And it kind of has that smoky, leathery taste to it. So it had that smoky leather, but it was smooth, man. It was a real nice.
Straight or mixed?
I took it on the rocks. I hit it on like I told y'all, like, you know me, if it's a good whiskey, I'm gonna hit it on the rocks. And I looked at this bottle, I'm like, oh, this looks like shit. And then I read it and I was like, yeah, I gotta test this out. You know what I mean, for what it's worth. So I threw it on the rocks. It was delicious. I got to figure out what the name is. Oak something, man. But I think it's like Oak Street. Like, I think
Oak Street Beach.
Oak Street got good wine out. They got some good wine.
Oak Street.
Oak something. I've had some of that wine.
It was
sometimes you can get some of those Fireblaze barreled, whiskeys and scotches and bourbon. And sometimes it's done just right where the smokiness doesn't dominate what you're drinking. Like some of it is so strong in the smoke category. I was like, it's a little too strong for me. I don't like the taste of it.
Man, this was I don't like bourbon. So like when I just took a little touch of it first, pounded that back, and I was like, yo, this don't taste like bourbon at all. This is a nice drink. So I enjoyed that. Then the homie started breaking out steaks. I'm like, what are you doing? It was like 10 o'clock at night. What are you doing with the steaks? He's like, yo, I'm making y'all I'm making my famous steaks for y'all. So my boy went crazy and fired up his his coal grill out in the back and fired that baby up, man. Got it red hot. But then he took the steaks and put them in the oven on the rack and let them drip into like a couple of pans, so like no mess. But he put the steaks on the rack and cooked them to rare. Meanwhile, he's got these coals fired up. So he takes the steaks and literally puts them right on the coals, no grill. Puts them right on the coals, 30 seconds, flip, 30 seconds, off. Let me tell you, man, I had probably the best steak I've ever had in my life last night. It was ridiculous. It was crispy and charred on the outside, but the inside was rare. Oh, bro! And then he hit it with a hollandaise sauce, and he came over with the hollandaise, and I'm like, dog, no, I don't. You know what I mean? I don't want sauce with my steak. I just want.
You're like, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do,
brother. Holy smokes! The hollandaise sauce killed it on a live day. But like, let me tell you, probably the best steak I've ever had in my entire life. Just saying. So.
Was it one of those Wagyu beefs? What kind of beef was it?
See, that was the only problem. And we all kind of said it. It was like the only thing we could like that would make this steak better is if it was like a Wagyu or even a ribeye or something like that. It was like it was just top sirloin cut. But these were big.
Quick shout out, kid, real quick. Dante Purify, shout out to him. Just busted up in here. Of course.
Dante.
Oh, what's up, Dante?
Paul Rodriguez, I don't know.
Collins too.
Shout out earlier. Jiren Collins, thank y'all for jumping up in here, but carry on, bro.
Yeah, man, trust me. I'm just saying that was the only slight. It's like if there's something if you could improve this meal, it would just be with the cut of the steak. That's the only way you could improve this. But my boy had a process. The process took. We didn't sit down to eat until probably 11 o'clock. but he had about a half hour to 45-minute process that he was going through. And we're like, yo, like we could have been 7 minutes, like 4 minutes aside, bro. We could have been eating.
Calm your ass down.
You know what I mean? 5 and 6 times over.
But it was well worth it.
My boy kept saying, man, he's like, yo, just at this point, just it's gonna be breakfast. So you might as well just start cooking eggs too, man. We'll have steak and eggs. Forget about it. And I'm laughing. But in the end, bro, holy cow, did I ever have one hell of a steak last night. Nice. It was wild. It was crazy.
Chris, what's going on with you this week, man?
Hey, I re-upped, and this flavor is strawberry banana. So I didn't realize that they're different flavors of these little joints.
So it's an energy drink, V8?
Yeah, it's a fruit and veggie supplemental thing.
Oh, his ass about to be tweaking.
Hey, man, don't worry about it. I'm grown. I ain't got to drive nowhere.
See? Okay,
yeah, that's right there. Yeah.
I'm gonna look for that in the grocery store, man. That looks because I don't mess with energy drinks like that at all, man. I'm too worried I'm just gonna drop. You know what I mean? And that's
sugar.
No, it's not like a Monster, you know what I mean? That kind of energy. It's more of a fruits and vegetables kind of energy.
That's what I'm trying to be about. So like that's what I'm saying. I'll go look for that in the grocery store and I'll give it a taste because I could use much more fruits and vegetables in my life.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'll send you the link right now.
I'll just say there's a black cherry V8 energy that he likes.
Yeah. Okay.
The blacker the cherry, the sweeter the juice. Wait, what'd you say?
He said there's a black cherry flavored V8 energy drink.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I said the blacker the cherry, the sweeter the juice. So, yeah, it tracks.
Did y'all see this? Smitty says, all right, boys, 136 gallons. We're talking about for his truck. $880. Look.
Wow.
Man, you 136 gallons for $880. How much was, let's say, 136 gallons a month ago? We got to put it in context.
Well, here's the context. I know he's smiling and swiping the corporate card on this one. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, like if he ain't swiping the corporate card, he's going to expense all that back and get that 880 back at some point.
He's not swiping the corporate card. Ain't nobody doing that shit on there. The hell no.
What are you talking about?
Unless he's got his own trucks he's running.
Well, you gotta have some kind of write-offs.
Even if you got your own truck, you're expensing like he's a trucker. He's expensing that
tolls, gas, maintenance, a month ago. All right, so 5 and some change. So that's at least 300 plus.
Wow.
$300 plus for one goddamn tank. Oh, kiss my ass.
So
I'll drink to that, but not in a good way.
You're not necessarily in the city right now, like I'm not. And so I just say the gas just went up 70 cents here overnight. 70 cents. Yeah. That's huge. Gas really trickles, 3 pennies here, 3 pennies there, 5 pennies here, 5 pennies there. It just jumped overnight to 70 cents.
Well, here's the thing. Smitty's saying, yes, kid, you are correct. I don't have to worry about the cost.
Yeah.
But, that corporate entity that's paying the cost is charging everybody who's, shipping.
Oh, you don't know?
So everything that's in the back of that truck is reflecting that increased diesel fuel cost. Nomad saying that gallon went up 70 cents a gallon, and Smitty may not be paying that diesel, but everybody, the consumers that are purchasing things off the back of that damn truck, is paying that difference in that $300.
Yeah, man, that's the supply chain, man. And this is why, trucking is such an important, career business aspect of North American life. Like, you call it what you will. You got to get your goods you got to get your shit from one location to the next. You just have to. It doesn't matter what we're talking about here. Produce, electronics, doesn't matter. Has to move from one place to the next. And when gas goes up, everything goes up, man. They just bake that because the company that Smitty's representing ain't bearing that cost. They're not eating that cost.
And exactly, that's the question, though, kid. That's the question. at what point does your overhead override the goods and services you have to deliver to people? At
that point you go Spirit Airlines.
No. But this is what I'm saying. The company doesn't bear that cost. They pass it on. You have to, or else your business isn't profitable. You know what I'm saying?
Spirit Airlines.
Say what?
Spirit Airlines.
Pass it on to who?
Yeah,
Spirit Airlines.
To us.
No, they went out of business.
Spirit?
Yeah. Go ahead and speak on that though, Trip, because that's a whole thing that's happening.
Oh, you didn't know, kids?
Well, I didn't realize, but they're like.
Well, no, they are history right now. Is what they are.
When did they go out?
Everybody flew Spirit Airlines
like 2 days ago, a day ago.
Okay,
so I mean, they were huge in like Florida, back and forth to the Caribbean, and a low cost alternative. They were big because it's like, oh yeah, low cost, but then they charge you for like everything. So it was an alternative to like United, American, the big carriers, but their business model wasn't conducive of profits.
No.
And then so they had been operating, on a razor's edge of margins for a while, but the recent fuel costs surged since this whole Iranian war shit. It just pushed them over the brink, and so 17,000 employees were laid off, and the passengers that booked flights, would be automatic renewals, but there is no customer service, there is no nothing because they are no more. So, a business that had been around for over 3 decades, was pushed to the brink, and now there are a lot of thousands of more unemployed people, that are, what are they going to do now? Where are they going?
Hey, Trips, would it surprise you if I told you, or if you learned that the Spirit Airlines administration, their money comes from the Middle Eastern part of the world, or Persia?
Oh yeah, not at all. Because I mean,
some Persian folks,
put
this business up.
I don't know that, but it wouldn't surprise me if I found that out.
You just speculate. We're on
speculation, but I have no idea. But I bet you some of that money is tied up into that.
Well, don't be betting on stuff you had no idea about.
I would.
He tends to do that, but that's a whole other story. Look, I don't. So, like, it's a really good example of a business that actually did bear the cost, and they had to be defunct, right? Because like their business model again was to give low cost flights to people, right? This way they could win on volume. So the more flights that you have, the more seats that you fill, the more money you make, because you're undercutting the guy who's just above you. And that's the business model. Unfortunately, when the bottom line, when the bottom line gets raised on you, there's no way to not to bear the cost. You unfortunately get squeezed out. You have to be defunct. In the case of just supply chain, and this is where, like, if Spirit Airlines was moving products, they might be able to offset that cost, right? We're making money on supply chain. We're not making money on passenger flights. We're making money on passenger flights, and we're trying to be at the low end of this. Oh boy, the low end just got razor thin margins. Crazy.
I think Bellissimo just posted where the money people are.
Institutional investors include Alliance Bernstein LP Limited Partnership, 8.41%. Pacific Investment Management Company LLC, 4.92%, and Citadel Multi-Asset Manager Master Fund Limited, 4.53%. So 3 entities we have no idea about.
Well, one of them don't sound like they're coming from Persia. I'll just put it that way. I ain't gonna say where they're from.
I mean, they don't have to sound Persian. Sound Persian for some Persian money to be in there.
The Bernstein Bears.
Yeah, the Bernstein Bears.
All right, I'll tell you what, man. I'm gonna switch the subject up a little bit, man, because we're getting deep.
Wait, but before we go, check out what up, Barlissimo? But look at what Smitty says he hauls.
Yeah, he's hauling golf carts, man.
Golf carts. These folks got money. Yeah, so some of those trucks when you see on the highway, you going, give me two, keep it double nickels, Smokey up the road, golf carts.
Hey,
for
bro,
the man, golf carts.
Hey, man, that's where all the real business is being done at the golf club. So they need carts. They ain't walking that motherfucker.
Look at Barlissimo with the goddamn receipts on your ass.
He's the leading global investment management firm.
Global investment management and research firm with over $1 billion in assets under management as of 2026, headquartered in Nashville, Tennessee.
Who'd have thunk it?
So a bunch of rednecks, nice.
Yeah.
And
a bunch of redneck Bernstein Bears.
Oh man!
Let me go because we're gonna go down. We're gonna go somewhere.
Let's talk football, shall we?
I got to get my little 2 cents in here about what my life is. Guess what? We just now in my household just finished up Stranger Things. I don't know if you guys were ever even
You're like 6 months too late, man. What the hell? Did you binge the whole series?
Not the whole series. We binged the last season.
Oh, the last season. Okay, all right.
Finished that up last night, and I asked my girlfriend. I was just like, you know what? I wonder what people thought about the closing of the show or the ending of the show in real time. I wonder what they thought, and she was just like, you know what? I liked it. It was okay with me. I don't know. Are you one of those people that watch this stuff in real time while it was happening, or are you a binger like me and Trips are? I think Trips is a binger too.
Well, I watched it when it came out. Because there was a time when I used to binge stuff and it was like a thing, but that's when there was like actual like other entertainment for me to watch. That ain't shit on like for me to watch. So when it comes out, I watch it. You know what I mean? As it comes out. So I watched that when it came out a couple months back. Fantastic series. Love one of the things I love about that series is just the
nostalgia.
Yeah, I love the nostalgia. I love the 80s music. I love the 80s theme and general genre. It's so well put together. They do some great things around that. But
hey, kid, I gotta tell you, the intro of that show. I don't know if you remember Chris's. I forget his logo and that little intro that was very retro.
You're talking what was it?
Counterclockwise production.
Yeah.
And I fought that man, and I fought him for probably 48 hours to not mess with that because it was so retro and cool.
It was cool.
He just had to. I guess he was probably just tired of it. But I fought that man for 48 hours. I was like, Chris, leave that shit alone, bro. That shit is so fucking cool. Don't mess with that. That's how people know you. But he just had to change it up. But I just love the retro. That whole period right there. It's just everything about that, man. Yeah. Talking about when technology really took a turn. You know, we're talking about people were getting their first desktop computers. You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. It was a real. That era was just something else. What were you talking about? Can I post?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I just got no desire.
You would actually like it.
Go ahead, post it, Barlissimo.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like I saw the first season or two of like The Boys, and it was kind of interesting and entertaining. But after a hiatus of a season, I just lose interest.
Lost interest.
And now it's like I see it's the last season on. It's like, maybe I'll get back to it one day, but I got no actual desire to watch it.
So I'm right up to date on that one too. It's Boys is good. It's good. Again, if you have the desire to watch it, it's good. I can see where they're going with it, and it should be a fun, end to a season. The other one I don't think either one of you are watching that is super dope is Invincible. Is what?
Never mind. I thought you was gonna say something like that, but go ahead.
No, Invincible. Invincible is super. It's on Amazon Prime. It's a cartoon. It's like a comic book type thing. Super dope, man. Super good. And to be honest with you, I was like, oh, the first season was kind of like blah. And I'm wrong. I totally forgot what happened in the first season. The first season's dope. First season ends on some dopeness. Second season's blah. Third and fourth seasons knock it out the park. It's really well done. I think those of you guys who ain't watching it should give it a shot. Really, really well done.
Some really good shows out there. I'd say right now, one of the best shows I've seen is The Pit right about now. But my favorite show to watch right now, I'm waiting for it to come to its completion for the year so that we can binge it, is From.
From?
Yes. Yes, sir. If you haven't seen that, well, you got to see that.
Joseph Matuzak with the save. So Joseph Matuzak's watching Invincible, man. It's dope. It's very adult animation done in a North American style. Like bang on. That's exactly what it is. But it's very adult, but it ain't like The Boys adult. The Boys is a bit of a different, you know what I mean? It's a bit of a different thing. They take things a little bit too far. Jailblazers. What's that, Smitty?
See, I'm more of a Jack Reacher, or what's the other one? Jack Ryan.
Jack Ryan.
Or John Reacher. Reacher.
You probably gonna love the new Man on Fire, ain't
you? I don't know. It's kind of irritating when it's just remakes.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, the Denzel Man on Fire was a remake, but it kind of went out where, it's kind of like that was a decent end to, a tumultuous life. But now it's coming back as a series, so it's kind of like, can we just let something go?
That's because Hollywood is completely devoid of creativity at this point. But they're just I'm
gonna watch it, of course. Just like Denzel and his new later in life action series, Equalizer.
Yeah,
that's a remake.
And that's why I didn't watch it.
That's just cold.
But
my grandma used to watch that. My grandma used to watch Equalizer back in the day.
Yeah, with Michael Caine.
And I'm like,
Jaguar.
Why am I like? I'm not watching. I'm not watching this. So I that's why I didn't do Equalizer. I know Nomad.
And then they did the Queen Latifah TV remake.
And then there was the Queen Latifah, and I was like, I'm not doing this.
No,
even if it's Denzel, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
Well, but the Denzel is a lot more not for TV friendly. So it's more let's get it.
Hey Trips, what the Equalizer reminds me of? You ever see that old ass? I got Me TV, right? So I get to see some of that old ass shit. And there's a series called Kung Fu where a guy named Kane, slow ass karate.
Kane, Grasshopper.
You're talking with
slow as dirt, but fucking everybody.
David Carradine.
Yeah, David Carradine
and his son.
That's what Denzel and the Equalizer is like to me. But
minus the Kung Fu, clearly.
Well, no, he's using Kung Fu and everything else.
Oh, okay. All right.
But it's more of a calculated, timed out, choreographed in his head before reality kicks in. And he's timed it in his head, like, in 10 seconds, I'm a woo woo woo. And they like, ha ha ha. And then in 10 seconds, he woo woo woos. And they show him doing it. And it's like, oh shit. And just the smoothness of movement, slow is smooth is fast, and he personifies this in different scenarios with a storyline that has an arc to it that is realistic in real time, but it's organic the way that it comes about, with the character and the story that's happening at the time. So the way they rewrote it and then have it go on to other parts, it's like, oh, okay. They're more believable, even though it's still, a remake.
Okay, Joseph. Joseph, I'm gonna watch both these things. Say, Joseph. I looked at Journey's End and I was like, oh, maybe I'll check that out. And I just didn't do it. The Ninja Kamui, I was gonna do as well, and I just, I mean, just haven't come like I'm kind of finicky with anime most of the time, so I'm gonna do that and give it a shot just because you said.
I'm gonna mention something to you guys, and I'm gonna pop out for a second because I gotta relieve myself before we get deep into these breakdowns. But there's been a show I've been waiting on. I've been waiting on the show for a couple of years, guys. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's called Arya Stark. And Arya Stark is from your favorite show, kids.
What are you talking about? What's my favorite show?
Arya Stark. Think about it. Stark.
Tony?
Oh, Tony Stark.
The Starks. Who are the Starks famous in?
It's either Tony Stark or it's Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. So Arya Stark is one of the characters in there. Remember
her? You're talking Arya Stark.
Arya Stark. So I said
Arya. She might be my favorite character on the show.
Is she supposed to be? There's supposed to be a series coming.
They're gonna give her a series.
Dog, look it up. I'll be right back, but look that up,
bro. If she might be my favorite. She might be my favorite character on that show, bro, man. It's because I have a daughter and shit too, and it's like, you know, you watch this little girl growing up, all hell breaks loose, and she's out in the wilderness basically by herself, and somehow, man, she turns into a fucking ninja. Like, it's basically how it turns out. Gangster as all get out, man, and you just watch this girl grow up, go through the worst of the worst things that could happen to anybody. But turns out, yeah, man, Berlisa was like, Arya's a badass. She is a badass, though. Probably my favorite character in the show.
Right,
and there's lots of great character development.
Yeah, see, I get it, but still no interest.
Really,
none whatsoever.
If I told you like her just her alone, her story.
No, I mean I understand. I've seen like the Game of Thrones, like it's been on and I've watched it. It's like it just doesn't. You know, I'll stay and watch like a violent scene, you know, because that's who I am, and you know, like yeah, cool. And then I'll change the channel. No interest whatsoever to find out or character arcs or none of that. And it's just, the only reason I watched that one Dragon movie was because the two dudes was in it. The all right guy and Christian Bale.
Oh, that one, yeah, that thing. That's a decent film, but it's
well, but I mean that was as far as I went with dragons.
That's where you're going with the dragons.
You know, like Dragon Slayer is like, yeah, that shit was lame.
Yeah, no, man. The different character arcs in this series. You know, I forget Dragon. I don't give a shit about dragons at all. But the different character arcs in this series, you kind of go through and you're like, yo, all right, like you see what's going on. But her arc out of everybody's might be the best arc, man. Because again, she's like, when things start out, I think she might be 8 years old. And she's doing, you know, and her whole life gets torn asunder. She can't go home. She's booted out of her castle. She's out in the world, basically about to be raped, and a dude saves her. And the dude who saves her is like, I think he
is he a sensei?
No, no. He's an asshole. He's like the worst. Like probably in the show, he's like number 2 worst guy in the show. But he has his own redemption arc as this is going down. Right at the time when he saves her, he's just saving a girl from being raped in a weird situation. But he's not a good guy.
Just say graped or something.
Oh, sorry, YouTube. You know what I mean? But like, you know what I mean? So like, it was a situation. He saves her. He has his own redemption arc. That's part and parcel to this. But as it goes on, she just gets in worse and worse and worse problems. To the point where, like, he's taking her to see her aunt. He's like, I'm going to drop you off with your aunt because your aunt got money. I'm going to get some money. and be out of here and just drop you over there. And he finally goes over to see the ant, and the ant is dead. He gets over there and she just starts laughing. She's like, of course she's dead. Like, of course she is. Nothing good could possibly happen to me in this situation. And then, like, anyways, I could go all the way through Arya Stark's story. Her story is so good, bro.
Well, but the thing is that storyline is the story of several movies. I've seen one where a Japanese Yakuza kind of guy took out a guy and looked out for his daughter and raised her to be, a badass. I've seen a story.
Trip, like, no, because that's not how this works. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like this. This guy, she winds up telling the dude who saved her, like, right after, to basically F off, and fights him to the death. And then he gets jacked up by somebody else who also fights him to the death. And then she leaves him there to die and goes off on her own because he murked her friend back in the day. So she never liked this guy. You know what I mean? Even though he saved her life, she never liked him because he murked her friend. So she leaves him to die, and then she goes off to again maybe exact some revenge. Instead, she winds up going blind. Like, bro, like her story is crazy.
I'm gonna tell you why you would like her, Trips, because she's a dark chick. She's dark, and you like dark characters.
There's a lot of dark characters in this show.
Lots, but she is very dark, but likable at the same time. But yeah, man, I can go on and on.
Well, she's also, she's a sympathetic character just because of her situation.
Bro, like, you at some point you have to be like, holy, like, you gotta my heart, bro. You know what I mean? My heart was like, I feel for this girl, man. I feel for this girl.
But you know what, kids? By the time we see her again, she's gonna be a big grown ass woman.
I know, and it's weird. You know what I mean? It's gonna be weird for me, straight up. But trust me, man. Like, this poor girl went through the worst of things that could possibly happen to a human being. I don't even know how else to say it. And somehow, like I'm telling you, she becomes like a badass ninja gal. So, like, I have to give her mad props.
While I was out, did you see a promo or a trailer or anything? Or did you see
but Berlissimo's doing the real man's work out there. So he's saying that it's not greenlit yet. They're doing some work. There's a writer attached to it, so they're trying to write a script to get it greenlit. On the flip side, I do know that there's a Jon Snow show that they're trying to redo. Like, they tried to do it, they had it greenlit, it failed, and they canceled the pilot. But I think it's and that they're about to redo it again and try and get it to fly. But I don't know, did you watch
I like his story better.
Did you want I'll be straight up. I didn't like his story better than his sister. Like, his sister's story is the baddest story in the show.
Both of them are underdogs.
He's dope. But his sister's story was like, it was personal for me. I was like, this poor little girl, man. Anyhow, did you watch A Night of the Seven Kingdoms yet?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool. It was all right.
Wait a minute. Have I? I think I have. Man, I watch so much shit, kids. This is the stuff we do, like in between me smashing all this tape we had to do in this off season and needing to decompress. Those shows help me. Shit like that helps me do that, so I can get my mind far and away from all that I just did. And so my girlfriend's been off this weekend, so when we get those opportunities, we take them. And I'm pretty sure I've seen the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I just can't. I've seen so many other things since then. It's just hard to recall it right now, I guess.
Yo, Joseph Matuzak, man, me and you should do a friggin' TV marathon, man, because he watches all this, all the same stuff as me, man.
He's on his shit.
Yeah, he watches all the same shit I watch. Like,
he's trying to have some input in it. He's trying to put his name on some shit, is what it sounds like Joseph is doing.
I should put. I have a One Punch Man T-shirt somewhere. One of these days, I'll rock it on the show. But love that show. I actually liked season 3. A lot of people didn't like it. I liked it because they introduced all these other characters, but they did lose the feel because it wasn't about Saitama, the main character. It really wasn't about him per se. But damn, yeah, man. Like he watches the same type of stuff. The one I'm waiting for, though, the show I'm waiting for is X-Men 97 season 2. That's
you see what he's saying there. He said he's been writing one.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he said that a little earlier. That's why I said he's on his shit.
What are you writing, man?
He's trying to put a stamp on one. He likes it that much. He wants to have some input. Something I've been trying to encourage you to do. You know, you like certain genres so much, put your fingerprints on it.
Yeah, I mean, like I've done different things like that in the past, but never really, never really did anything with it. But I've written a couple of different things in the past. But that's cool, man. I'd love to read it, man. I'd love to read it. Feel free to share.
When you get it done, just let us know.
Yeah.
So we can for people that the only anime I've ever seen in my life was there's a recent Godzilla anime that came out in the last few years, and I love that.
Oh, you're missing out.
I just don't. It's not my bag, man. But I did watch that one and enjoy it.
Oh no, it is. You just don't know. So like, okay, similar to Isiki with a little heavy metal and Bleach. Interesting. It's a very strange mixture. Sounds super cool. Why say you would love you like old school kung fu? Samurai movies?
Not probably like Trips does.
Man, there's something like if they're about to remake this in 4K. Everybody in the world should see Ninja Scroll. It's one of the baddest movies of all time. You should like it's all animated, but it's dangerous, bro. It's a dangerous film. Akira.
Go ahead, kids.
Akira's another one. Like you, Blue Eyed Samurai's all right too. Akira's good. It's not like Akira's different. It's like a different thing. It's like motorcycles and government conspiracy stuff. It's a dope ass movie. But there's some good old anime out there that you can catch up into.
This ain't anime what I'm about to tell you about, but there's a one of my uncles made me watch it with him when I was in trouble. I was on punishment. And he's like, he kept on talking about it, and it was something from Samurai Sunday on old ass Samurai Sunday. It was called The 5 Deadly Venoms.
Oh, you can't. Okay. You know that's what the Wu-Tang Clan is based on.
Off the show The 5 Deadly Venoms?
Off that movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I thought the shit was pretty dope.
Bro, it's one of the dopest like concepts. Like they sampled the hell out of that movie.
Clan ain't nothing to fuck with.
They sampled the hell out of that movie.
I knew that, but you're right. Now that Trips just did that.
Tiger style.
Tiger style.
Yeah, like they sampled the hell out of that movie. But that's where the concept came from. They were watching that movie and they're like, yo, what if we kind of like, you know what I mean? And that's how the Wu-Tang Clan kind of came to be.
All right. I'll tell you what, man, because we can go on and turn this into some extra sauce, but we have reached the hour mark pretty much. A couple minutes before the hour mark, but we got to break down some football players because that's what people came here to see.
Let's do it.
I mean, let me shift the focus a little bit, and let's go from let's just get this. Yeah, UDFAs, man. Let's just get this out of the way, and I'm not going to trivialize it because I'm used to doing that. But this is kicker Gabriel Placencia out of San Diego State. Left-footed kicker, UDFA. Let me just tell you, I didn't watch like I would watch a regular prospects tape. I didn't go through game after game after game. You know, I went to he was doing a private workout, and I think he was doing a pro workout. And let me just tell you, he's got the leg of Thor.
He's got the leg of Thor, he says.
He's got a hammer on him, man. He's got.
That's what I said about my son when he was born.
God.
Wait a second.
Pause. Pause. But he's got a very strong leg, and let me just say, in one of those workouts, I don't remember if it was a private one or it was a pro workout for a team or something like that, or he's doing his pro day. I can't remember, but I know I watched that guy in sequence smash a 61-yarder and a 64-yarder in sequence. Bam.
Oh, it's gross, man. What are you like? I gotta come out. I gotta go to West Coast and kick it with you, man, because your brain is the same as mine. We share a brain.
Man, stop, man. Let's just do the breakdown, man.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
Let's stop, man. He's got a hammer of a leg, man. Again, I watched this guy smash a 61-yarder, and then turn right back around. And in these workouts that he's doing, these people that are setting up the workouts for him are putting him on a timer. So they're mocking real game situations. So he's running onto the field, and he's getting him in the placement holders. They're getting set up with a certain amount of time in hand, and he's smashing a 61 and a 64-yarder back to back. Now, let me just tell you, if you were to talk to people at San Diego State, people around Aztec Nation, they would tell you that he should have been in the running for the Heisman. The guy, I don't know how common this is, and I'm gonna give it to you anyway. The guy smashed 25 straight field goals. Not extra points, but 25 straight field goals. I would just lead with saying I don't know if that's very common for a college place kicker. 25 straight field goals. I don't know what down distance all of them was, but 25 straight field goals is a feat, especially for a college kicker.
Huh. Yeah, that's impressive.
That's wild. So, like, Scrolls is actually saying he's super accurate, but what about his long distance capability?
I just
said 61.
61 and 64.
Oh, 61 and 64. Well, that's
and it wasn't even. And it
Cairo
wasn't.
Santos. Oh, Scrolls is watching him live.
Scrolls is out there. He is out there.
Okay.
What up, Cornelius? Everybody just Patrick. Everybody just jumped up in here. All I know is he's a left-footed kicker, which is not common, and he's got a hammer of a leg. And Scrolls seems to think he's accurate, but not at long distances. I haven't watched enough of his tape. I just wasn't gonna go to game after game after game after game. I thought he had a hammer on him. He was smashing those things in those workouts. He was just smashing them. And so, either way, he's here to put the ultimate goal for the Bears is to get good competition at every level, and that includes kicker. And that's what this guy, Gabriel Placencia, is here to do. Provide some great competition, because we all know that our kicker has a limitation that is distance.
Yeah, that's the word. You nailed it. I was waiting for it.
He's consistent, but
The last thing I want to do, I'm so with you, don't know, man. I'm glad you actually spent some time looking at this kid kick the football. The last thing I want to do is kick a competition again and really give kickers a lot of my personal time, energy, and effort. So there's that. But we do know Cairo ain't really doing it past 55. Like if we get to 55, it's a questionable Sunday. You know what I mean? Things are questionable. So, but there's the other side of it, and Joseph is actually killing it, hitting it here. Sorry. Kicking in Chicago is a bit of a different thing with all that wind, right? Swirling around.
That's one of the things that went through my head as I was watching him play it. I mean, as I was watching him kick, I'm like, oh, he's doing it in comfortable conditions in California. That definitely went through my head. However, I don't want to overlook a guy that's kicking in comfortable conditions in California to just outright say, oh, he can't handle kicking in Chicago. I don't know that. And I think there's no way that the Bears are going to know that unless they crunch the tape and say, okay, when San Diego State went and played Wyoming out there in the open and it was swirling wind, how well did his kicks go? Things like that. I just did not go. I'm just being honest with you. I didn't go that deep on his tape to know that. I probably should have, but I just don't know.
Well, will be interesting also, as far as Placencia and/or Santos and/or the future of Santos, since that's where we're at. He's 35 years old. For a kicker, he makes, a decent amount of the cap space. And, how long will Soldier Field actually be a thing? If Arlington Heights or Indiana jumps off, it won't be the same conditions. But for the upcoming season, and as long as Soldier Field is here, Santos has that experience, but how many points are being left on the field because of his lack of distance? So if they, kind of factor that in, it's like if Gabriel here had that consistency, whether it be in sunny Southern California, that's still pressure. I mean, because you got to think that some of those had to be game on the line kind of situations or whatever. So, if he can bring that into, the NFL and he has the leg and the consistency, I mean, push Cairo or push him out the door, whichever, just put the best dude on the field.
So Gabriel is 6 foot 230. So you can see where the power comes from. He's a big kicker. He's a big kicker. And
how big do you think Cairo Santos is?
He's like 5'8", 5'9".
Probably smaller than that. Probably about 190, if that. And I'm probably blessing him with a few pounds. Yeah, he's very interesting, man. I like a left-footed kicker for one.
5'8", 173.
Yeah, he's a little dude.
Yeah.
So he would lack power.
And if he starts kicking them over 50 yards, he's gonna have a P test after every damn game.
Oh man.
You know what? I've told you guys how I felt about kickers. And I know this, they're finicky. They're just finicky characters, man. And when it's working, I have a strong inclination to leave that shit alone. But everybody on the team needs competition. Everybody. I don't care who they are, what position they hold, but everybody needs competition. And I welcome the competition. And I hope Gabriel comes in here and pushes Cairo. Not saying he's going to take Cairo's job, but we need somebody in here to push him to be better. And Cairo this year.
And a shout out to Cairo because he withstood that push from Moody, the kicker that we brought in that was kicking over, 60-yarders, and he got a contract, I think, with the commies. So every time somebody has been brought in to challenge Cairo has, maintained his status at top of the mountain. So let's see what he got this time.
All right.
Yeah. It's the least fun conversation we could possibly be having. But the fact is, the fact is we kind of got bumped out of the playoffs this season because of not going for kicks. And a lot of us not going for kicks has to do with just how shaky the kick situation was last season. So, if you actually have somebody who can nail a 65,
I doubt you're correct here. I think we just have an aggressive offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I don't think
there's no two ways about that one.
Well, right? Ben Johnson, I don't think he passed on kicks because he didn't have faith in Santos. I think he had more confidence in his offensive play call, than settling for the points, if you will.
There's definitely I'm not so sure that was the case in the final game, but there's definitely after Cairo missed those first couple of field goals this season, game plan shifted to let's just go for it and see what happened. And it kind of worked.
The confidence has been lost.
Well, it came back after he started nailing some kicks a little bit later on. But then again, when you get to the depth, once if you're past the 55, we're going for it because we well know that that's just not in the man's wheelhouse. He will not be making that kick.
I think it depends on the conditions.
Well, not for Cairo. Cairo ain't making a 55-yard kick. Like
in perfect conditions.
I think he's not making one. If it's warm and there's humidity, I think he can smash one. But beyond that, in the cold, where it's a little bit chilly or something like that, I think he stands less than average chance to hit that kick.
If circumstances aren't optimal, not happening. If we're past 55 yards, like I'm gonna give him to 57. If we're at 57 yards, all bets are likely off. Like I've seen when the man did this that one time. I know y'all remember. He was like, no, I ain't. And we ran the ball instead. Like he knows his.
I like that in him, kids. The fact
I agree. He knows
he looked like that playoff game with the Bulls and Scottie Pippen was like, nah.
No, we ain't doing that. So he at least he knows what he's about and what his limitations are. That's helpful.
He said 60 yards.
No, yeah, we ain't.
I like people that know their limitations, man.
I agree. I
like people that know them.
But that's the thing, though. In this day and age, we see around the league, they have kickers that are routinely, kicking 60 yards and beyond. So I mean,
like no limit soldiers too are pretty good too, man. You know what I mean?
Nah. So yeah, they are not chasing a trend, but that's where the trend is. The more powerful, field goal kickers. And granted, some of those are in domes or inside, but a lot of teams play their games inside and in domes. So if that's where the league is and that's where these kickers are coming out of school at, back in 20 years ago, a 60-yard field goal was unheard of. But now it's like every other school damn near got one. And it's like, yeah, eventually the Bears going to be like, yeah, we need one of those 60-yard dudes.
I do like the fact that we're in the last rung of teams that play outside. The NFL has made enough money at this point.
Really?
So, yeah, I do, man, because the weather is so sketchy right now. You're not going to get the same football game when you're exposed to all the elements out there. You're not. As much as people love the snow games, I love playing in them. You're not going to get the same football game you would have got when the surface is even. You're just not.
I sigh because I just don't believe the bear weather thing. Now, it's not to say that it doesn't exist. It exists, but it's equally as shitty for each team.
Yeah, what's left? Green Bay, Buffalo just built a new outdoor one, and they get a lot of weather. Pittsburgh, Philly,
Tampa, where it rains a lot.
Yeah, and then if you want to get into elements, Jacksonville with that damn humidity, the Dolphins with that humidity.
A mile high, you just can't even breathe. You're so damn high.
Right. That thin air. And New England's outside. Thank you, Red Baron. So there are, weather
Buffalo
stadiums. Too. And it would kind of be traditional, to keep the Bears at wherever the hell they build it, to keep it, open air. But from everything I've heard, if it's going to be built, it's going to be, enclosed, wherever it is.
Y'all keep the comments coming. I'm just trying to keep the screen clean. So when there's shorts to come out, it's a clean screen. Just keep them coming, y'all.
And, Seattle's open, but it's, more rainy up there.
Yeah, I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages to it.
Yeah, the Bay Area, when they had the fog roll in, you can't see shit.
The thing about football is, my experience is you adjust to the elements, and that's part of the game, is adjusting to whatever elements are presented. And you got to just play, but there's a nice, I would love a world of football that I could play in where the environment is going to be the same no matter what team we're playing against. That would be nice to me because I know exactly what to expect and I know exactly how to prepare, and there ain't got to be no nuance that's going on.
Well, but no, man. I mean, I don't. When you travel to different away games, obviously different conditions, different surfaces, different turfs. There are far too many times we have seen these professional football players just look at the team of the Bears, go to different stadiums, and they're sliding all over the goddamn field like they're in the ice capades. And it's like, well, pregame, is there not a equipment guy or somebody that's like, we need this length of cleat? The surfaces and their shoe choices are like questionable at best. What's up with that from your perspective as a player who's had to play on different surfaces and maybe adjust your cleats?
I'll take you back to high school when I was playing a playoff game, and we were in the first round of the playoffs. And I'm not going to say the specific team because it's really true. We go up there to play them, and it's a normal fair day outside. It's a fall day, and it's got normal temperatures. We probably would play the game at about 45 degrees, 50 degrees, or something like that. No rain the night before or the night before that. All of a sudden, we get there, and the freaking field is just soaked. You know why?
Sprinklers.
Because we had one of the fastest teams in the state of Illinois, and they wanted to slow us down. And so you can imagine how some coach and administrator, field coordinator could use that to their advantage. You got an extremely fast team against one that's not so fast. You can take advantage of that in that way. I lived through that. It didn't stop us from getting a dub, but I'm just like, ain't this a bitch?
Yeah, okay. Now grass length. The other day I was walking through a field that I normally walk through, and it's not a manicured or like a mold thing. So the grass gets up like knee length. And so walking through it, you got to pick the knees up a little bit higher. You got the resistance, going through the grass. So it's a struggle. You know what I mean? But the other day I had noticed that a double dually truck had gone through and beat down the surface. And it was just walking on a flat surface because everything was flattened. So when the grass is higher, I get it, but a lot of these places is turf, and it's like it's icy, but it's not icy. They don't have the right length, or the pellets are kicking up, and the NFL Players Association can't get their surfaces all uniform, whatever. But the footwear is a thing, and it's just it was a noticeable thing this past season. I think more so than I've noticed in previous seasons.
Oh, yeah, you got that factor. I'm glad you brought that up, too, because we run into a team that did that, too. Rays just let the grass grow, and they had a high-ass grass surface, and that's going to, believe it or not, it's going to slow people down. Believe it or not, it slows people down. Grass is way higher than it's supposed to be, like 2 inches higher than it's supposed to be. Imagine how long 2 inches is in grass.
I mean, that's like the difference in playing on a natural grass surface, playing on AstroTurf.
And it's ridiculous the amount of ways that people can tree a field surface to try to benefit themselves.
Home field advantage.
That's what I call it. That very reason right there, because you can treat that whole scenario to benefit yourself. But in both times that I had that situation happen to me, it turned around on them because we bust that ass anyway.
Well, but looking at bring it back to Mr. Gabriel here before we move on. Just think, if you have a left-footed field goal kicker, you can tell your grounds crew to make sure that left hash, is a little bit lower, than the right hash.
Little ball head over there. Yep. Little stuff like that. You hitting it right on the nose, man. You're hitting it right on the nose. And that's where, this is where regular conditions, outside conditions can come back and bite you, because people come up with any way they can come up with to try to beat you when they know you have a superior team. Only people that know they have a subpar team or a less than superior team go to those lengths. You know, make your team better. How about that? Instead of all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but hey, this is Gabriel Placencia. I like his tape. I thought he's got a hammer of a leg, and I welcome the competition in Chicago. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Well, let's get on right back to the top, man, and let's get on this guy right here. I know you guys got an idea who he is. Y'all want to talk first because I can go on about him.
Kids?
Nope, not particularly. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was it's odd because, in this day and age, transfers and quarterbacks, we see him here in the Louisville uniform, but, I'm only familiar with his name because he was Caleb Williams' backup and heir apparent out there at USC. So it's like, oh, okay. And so it's like, are we bringing him in as a favorite of Caleb? Are we bringing him in because we like his talent as a quarterback? What are we doing? I'm not sure. I don't know how he fits in, behind T-Bag and Case Keenum. But is he a practice squad guy? I'm not familiar with his game whatsoever.
That's about all I got on this particular gentleman, too. I think there'll be some familiarity. I assume that he played with Caleb for some period of time. So I just assume there'll be a little bit of familiarity between Caleb and the new young man. Maybe that bodes well and works out for him to join the squad. Even then, I don't see them holding on to 4 QBs this season.
Allow me to break this down a little bit. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking they're thinking in Chicago. Yes, it probably has a lot to do with somebody that Caleb is comfortable with and familiar with. So that's a good idea within itself. However, I'm gonna talk about schematically how this made sense. I liked him at USC. I thought he had high potential. I mean, boy, he throws the ball all over the field, all over the yard, and seems like effortlessly. Ironically, I do think, and you guys can agree or disagree with me, I'm cool with whatever. But I do think that Tyson Bagent, Caleb Williams have a similar skill set. I'll just say similar, not the same. Caleb's got an arm like no other, and that's where it separates, in my opinion. But in between the hashes and numbers, regular quarterback play, I think they're similar in that way. Stature, mobility, and things like that. Miller Moss is that as well. And I do think, and I'm gonna put my name behind this, I do think this is the future heir apparent of Tyson Bagent. And I'm gonna tell you why. He went to USC. Now they ran more of a college style offense where you go look at the sidelines, you get the calls in, and you go from there and you just run. It's basically a fast-paced run and shoot offense, in my opinion. That's what college offenses more times than not are. He went and transferred to Louisville, who runs more of a pro-style set. And in fact, I was watching more and more of his tape, and they run almost, I'm talking about in sequence of how many times you see Caleb in shotgun, how many times you see him get under center. In sequence, it's almost exactly mirrored to what Chicago is doing, which is why I think Ben Johnson had the attraction outside of Caleb Williams. Getting under the center, running a pro-style offense definitely is a great move for Miller Moss to be more attractive to pro scouts. And I think it's going to translate well. He's fairly accurate. He had probably about a 65% accuracy rate. And I think that's one of those numbers like sacks that are kind of misleading, because unless you can throw the ball and catch it yourself, you ain't in control of what your percentage is, right? And so I think this is a great pickup. And the more and more you watch his tape and see his accuracy, from about 35 yards, 40 yards out and in, very accurate. They find a way to put the ball in the playmaker's hands. They had an extremely fast offense like we're about to have. had playmakers all over the field, so they didn't make it complicated. They blocked it up, put the ball in the short area, and let these guys run. And he was very accurate doing it, which is why I think Ben Johnson is attracted to this guy. I think they were doing in Louisville exactly what we were doing here in Chicago. It's an easy, seamless transition. The only thing that's going to be any kind of a hiccup is him getting down the verbiage of what we do in Chicago. And at this point, any quarterback coming from the high school rank should be somewhat accustomed to that. So I think this is a steal for us. That might sound like a little dramatic and going overboard, but I do think this is the heir apparent to Tyson Bagent.
I think that's saying a lot, but again, I haven't watched a lot of his film. Flip side to this is, here's the question. Do you think that Miller Moss puts them in a position to effectively trade Tyson Bagent?
Meaning, if Miller Moss was put on the practice squad, would another team try to sign him? So they have to protect him by putting him on the actual roster.
And there's the other side of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think he's going to impress in camp. If he can get, let's just say 80% of the verbiage down just for training camp. The training camp playbook is going to only look a certain way. They're going to add on stuff as they go, but they're not going to try to unalive him with information so much so that he can't perform and execute the plays. They're going to give him every opportunity to go out there and just go out there and be a regular quarterback. But if they keep him on this roster, it just up the ante on if there's a spot for Tyson Bagent elsewhere, a place where they can execute this trade, because I think this is going to be the guy when Tyson Bagent is gone.
Well, at least if not this year as an exit strategy for T-Bag, I don't know how it works with Keenum's new contract. He signed like a new 2-year deal. If he's still eligible to be on or off the active roster or on or off the practice squad, where Miller Moss would stay on the 53 and have Keenum bouncing back and forth. I don't know how that works.
I don't know either, but if they keep him, which I strongly think they will, they're going to have to find a way. They're going to have to be short in some area, one way or the other, to keep him on the roster. Let's just say this. If they keep Tyson Bagent for the season, then everything I just said is null and void. Everything I just said, because Miller Moss will be on the practice squad, and he's game for anybody that wants him.
This is what where my head is, and Joseph Matuzak's asking, you hit it before I even finished. Said, would they flip Bagent before Keenum? I don't really see anybody out there trying to pay Case Keenum like that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Case Keenum's he's at a different plateau in his career. He's truly a card carrying QB coach who hasn't quite taken on a QB coach role in the NFL. At some point, he probably will. Right now, he's getting very low-end QB money, which might actually be close to, if not better than, QB coach money. So he's doing.
Plus, he's getting a time on task in the NFL towards his retirement.
100%. So he's doing a great situation as far as he's concerned. So that's sort of that. Bagent is a different story. Somebody might actually throw you something for Tyson Bagent, right?
It's two different conundrums. Like Bagent is like an actual real life. If anything happens, we have to put him in there and he's going to perform. We have to have confidence in him kind of quarterback. I feel the same way about Case Keenum. However, Case Keenum is much more valuable away from our eyes in the quarterback room, out there on the field.
He's super valuable.
That's why he's getting paid, because of that value.
Right. Like, and like, just to add on to where you're going with this, there was twice this season. Caleb went off to the sidelines after, 3 and out, and lost his shit. Went off to the sidelines, cussing, pissed off, angry. And Case Keenum had the wherewithal to go over to the young quarterback and stand in front of him to block the cameras and make sure that nobody could see him losing his mind. And it is veteran smarts like that you keep a Case Keenum around. Like simple little things like that. Hey, you don't want, body language is a problem everybody talking about. You don't want this body language situation to be broadcast on the NFL because they'll spend the next week talking about how you went off on the bench. So I'm just going to stand right here. And he stood there, man. You got to give him respect for stuff like that.
It's the stuff that we don't see. Like kids caught that one.
Yeah.
Intangibles.
Yeah, little stuff like that we don't get a chance to see that happens that makes Case Keenum more valuable than we think.
Yeah.
And so, when in context, when you're talking about Keenum, you're talking about Caleb, you're talking about Tyson Bagent, now we're talking about this new young quarterback. I think they knew exactly what they were doing here, man. You just have to watch some Louisville tape and look at the percentages of how often he's in shotgun, how often he's under center, what kind of sets they were running versus I had to go back to the tape just to make sure I was seeing what I was seeing. And they run a very, very similar type of offense that we do here in Chicago. And that itself, and I don't want to take anything away from Miller Moss because he's somebody that Caleb's close to. I don't want to take anything away from him because I do think he's a dynamic quarterback. He's 6'2", about 210, 215 pounds. That's got enough mobility he ain't gonna tear you off on a 60 or 70-yard rip, nothing like that. Caleb's got that ability, but he'll get you for 30 or 40. He'll get you for 30 or 40. And so I think I like the skill set when he was at USC, but now at Louisville, now playing in a pro style offense, I liked him even more because he multiplied himself by going there and having that kind of dynamic be added to his game. So again, he's much more attractive as a prospect now than he ever would have been at USC. So I think we got a steal here.
Okay.
Tape was awesome.
Cool.
All right. We'll see. Big ups to the young signal caller Miller Moss. Hopefully things work out well and he finds his way onto the 53-man roster. A little bit of work to be done. Clearly, there always is. So get after it, young man.
I think he really executed at a high rate, especially in the short area, and that's very attractive, man. Because most of the game is short game anyway. Your average team cares and trips might take 2 or 3 on an average big shots in a game and throw the ball over 40, 50, 60 yards. So you get 2 or 3 of those a game on an average, and everything else is dumping it off, being accurate in between the hashes, 35 yards out and in. And so in that area, man, the guy was, to me, pretty lightning accurate. He ran to a couple of teams that chased him around a little bit and got him off balance, and he wasn't as accurate as you would want him to be, and that's any quarterback. But I think his skill set is high, extremely high, and I think they're going to love this cat.
Cool.
All right, let's get to the next guy, and I'll let you guys have anything you got to say. I know y'all.
First of all, why does Mama name him Squirrel? And I can give you a probability, kids. The way this young man moves about is like those little hyper ass squirrels, like they're right there, and it's like they're over there now, and now they're over there. Then they stop and look at you. It's like, hey, what's up? Then they're over there. Then they're up there because his movement on the field, from the snap of the ball, very quick feet, very quick hips, good turn, and he has good separation because he runs like a 4-2. So he can run deep. He has a nice route tree, short. He was this picture here. What is that? Florida State? Because didn't I see? Wasn't he Tennessee?
Tennessee's got the best tape.
Okay, yeah, all right. Because I remember Tennessee, and I just want to make sure it's the right kid. But they switching schools now, so I can't keep up. But he was a ball player on that field. He was a big, third down, got to get a first down, go-to kind of guy. He blocks, and saw something where he had a play and he did, a halfback pass. And I was like, oh shit, this is like a Xavier Thomas light, as well with the return ability as well. So I could see him, definitely making the practice squad, at the very minimum. Another kid with some juice. I like it.
Wow. Kids, while you want to go, you can. I was gonna give you a little interference while you're looking at shit.
No, go ahead. I'm actually not. I'm not doing that right now. I looked at Squirrel. Squirrel can run some routes, man. He's got some. Trip kind of covered it. He's got some really nice hips. He swivels really well. But I'm just wondering when does this guy see the field, man? Is really my question. I did not expect them to really be looking at the wide receiver position for UDFA. That's my little 2 cents. I think the wide receiver position looks real good right now with what we have, right down to Jade Walker. But this guy is just in case somebody, gets hurt over the season, and he won't be a bad guy to pull up.
I look at it this way. You guys got to remember this, and I'm talking about everybody in the chat, everybody watching the show, listening to it. Listen, think about it this way. These players had a chance to sign anywhere, and all the competition that that's in front of him, kids. Guess what? That guy chose to sign here anyway. And what would that reason be? Question is, it's either the Bears are doing a hell of a job selling. They're doing a hell of a job selling and making this guy feel like you're going to have ample opportunity to get yourself a spot on this roster. Maybe even the practice squad, whatever. Whatever they're selling him. I know this. And you're talking about we've got 3 receivers now all of a sudden that we didn't have last year. We didn't have. We had Olamide Zaccheaus, we had Devin Duvernay. Devin Duvernay never really saw the field unless somebody got hurt. Olamide Zaccheaus was our primary slot receiver. And he started to get phased out once Luther got to where he needed to be, and they started moving Luther and DJ around in there, and they started playing the game like that. Squirrel White, think about if Xavier Thomas he's not as quick to the playbook as you would like him to be. Squirrel White's your insurance. Look at it that way.
Yeah.
And also, kids, look at it from the perspective of, yes, I was about to say Kirby Puckett, but Khalif Raymond, I don't know, Kirby Puckett, Khalif Raymond, go figure.
Huh?
But we signed Khalif Raymond for 1 year and, gave him his money and everything. But, Squirrel White, Xavier Thomas, if they can show that, hey, he's now expendable, let the kids play, kind of like what they've done with Bradbury, Logan Jones, and a couple of other UDFAs we're going to talk about. So they have a contingency plan with a 1 year free agent older guy. Then they got a rookie, that they're probably counting on as a starter. Then they got a backup to that. And so Squirrel White looks to be the backup to Xavier Thomas, who's like the backup pusher of Khalif Raymond.
I'm with it now. So now you kind of made things make sense. Khalif Puckett. Scroll. Anyways, I think you did make it make sense, right? So if Xavier Thomas is more or less going to push out Khalif Raymond and also add that special teams value as well, and maybe some gadget, you might want to have a backup to him, right? So in a year's time, when Khalif is potentially moved on, now this is your true backup to Xavier Thomas in that situation. That makes more sense.
So when you think about it in the way you're thinking about it now, it's about strengthen from the bottom up. Basically, is what what was just said here. You strengthen from the bottom up, and it makes everybody else muscle up. You know, that's just how it works. And you're creating a great dynamic here by making sure that you got some depth at that position, some guys that can kind of do the same kinds of things and letting that fight take its place. You know, I don't think a UDFA is the same as a UDFA 5-10 years ago. I think the UDFAs are more valuable now for a whole bunch of different reasons, because it's just not enough draft picks, number one. Number two, it's about trying to squeeze a guy or two or three onto your roster that you don't want to get plucked. You want to be in that uncomfortable position as a team. You want to be in that situation where you got to find a way where a Squirrel White that you liked and you loved him in camp, but how am I going to get him on the 53 where he won't get stolen? And some of what Paul is saying here is giving them players snaps in preseason is a selling point too. And so they're raising their value, but you don't want them to raise their value so much that, oh God, now what are we going to do with this guy here? Are we just going to have to leave him to the wind? It's too many. I don't want to see that happen, but when you got a good enough team, that's going to happen.
How about this? Let me put this in your grinder so you can break it down, roll it up, and smoke it. Let's say they in camp because Xavier Williams in high school, if I'm correct, he was a running back.
Yeah,
and then they shifted.
You got that. You can name Xavier as a running back and squeeze Squirrel.
Right. So yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like you don't like force feed him the ball like that, but you keep Xavier, a Manangai, and maybe Swift or whoever, but you get Xavier listed as a running back, and then you list Squirrel as a receiver, and now you somehow get them both on the field at the same time. So you get, this 4-2 guy coming out of the backfield, and you got this other 4-2 guy out in the slot or wherever he's deployed. And now you got Ben Johnson figuring out how to get these two kids the ball. Do you think Ben Johnson is in his basement right now going through these scenarios?
Of course he is, man. He's probably
just not in the basement, but yes, he's going through these scenarios.
He's in some basement. Or
he's in wherever his
space.
Fortress of Solitude is.
His man cave. His man
I don't
cave.
think he has. I think he just runs through these scenarios at all times, 24/7 when he's sleeping. You know what I mean? Like he's
like that meme. It's like he's laying in bed and his wife is looking at him like, I bet he's dreaming about other women. And in his mind, he's like, the 12 goes this way, and then you flex out against the blitz.
That's when he's eating breakfast. You name it. That's what's going on with Ben Johnson. He's driving down the street. He's playing golf.
It's like, all right, Xavier Thomas, Colston Loveland, and Squirrel White. How are we gonna do this? Then throw in a little Luther Burton with that.
That's
all right. Let me break Squirrel down a little bit, because we did a whole bunch of talking around the perimeter. Squirrel is about 5'10", 170. Very, very fast, very, very squirrely, let's just say. And that's not
squirrely.
I'm serious. He like in the offense that, if you were to go and look at his tape, look at the FSU tape and look at the Tennessee tape, he was at Tennessee a year before this. And the Tennessee tape is a little bit more revealing because they run a more Squirrel White friendly offense where they threw the ball all the goddamn on time. They ran a quick sugar huddle, get to the line of scrimmage, a tempo offense, and the ball was thrown a lot. And Squirrel, what I love about him more than anything else, and I noticed these things, like a guy his size is supposed to duck and run for cover. And that means as soon as you get the ball on those little screens, get your fastest path to the sideline as possible before you get smoked out there. No, Squirrel, what you will see time and time again. I'm not saying that he didn't run some balls out of bounds, some screens or whatever it was out of bounds. He did a few here and there, but more times than not, Squirrel will run that thing right through the teeth of the defense.
He putting his shoulder down going forward.
He has heart. I mean, big heart, huge heart. I mean, he's got a lion heart. When you're that big, running through linebackers and running through big safeties and saying, you know what, I'm not gonna punk out. I'm gonna take this screen right up the teeth of the defense where they designed this ball to go. And so you got your blockers set up on your screen. You got the receivers and whoever out there setting up your blocks. You got a small little alleyway to take that ball right on up the seam, and you got to run through the teeth of the defense to do it. That means you got to run through a guy. And Squirrel is not shy whatsoever. He's got the heart of a lion, and obviously he's got football as his primary thing in life, or he wouldn't be here. Mm-hmm. That's the thing here in Chicago. And so this guy's got, his name is Squirrel, but man, that doesn't describe his heart. His heart is tremendous.
What's the expression, Nomad? When it's time to get north and south, Squirrel gets north and south.
Man, ain't no east and west.
But guess what? He can go east and west.
He can.
But he goes north and south like very well. Very good.
That's the thing that stood out to me. You know, he's gonna get his regular rigmarole plays for a receiver.
His circle and his, woo.
Yeah. But then his toughness is definitely what's shown through the tape for me. Is those opportunities you getting those screen passes to him, and the defense is responding to you, and you got to run through them to get into some open daylight. And he had no problem at his size. And he got up. He's like Allen Iverson. He just keeps getting up. Even when he's laboring with a shoulder because he probably ran into it a little bit too hard, his ass got up and went right back to the huddle and next play. He's got heart, bro. Squirrel White is a tough little dude, man. And I love that about him. Mm-hmm. Kez, you muted, bro.
Damn, Squirrel. Look, y'all pretty hype about the Squirrel. He looks decent. I can see his role on the team. And once again, Ben Johnson is somewhere in America just scheming some shit up right now as we speak. So I can't wait to see A, how they utilize him. B, it's going to be a bit of a battle there because I think we're slipping on JP Richardson, who did really well last season.
White chocolate.
You know what I mean? Watch out now. So there's some real interesting weapons on this team, and I can't wait till they're unleashed on the world.
Wait, man. I know. I prefer to be talking about a Luther Burden, a Roma Doomsday, a Jade Walker, a White Chocolate JP Richardson, a Xavier Thomas, Khalif Raymond, a Squirrel White over a Byron Pringle or Chase Claypool. You know what I mean? Or Equinemius St. Motherfucking Brown.
Hey, Trip, here's another thing to think about. And maybe we haven't touched on this at all, but one of the goals for the offseason, even on the offensive side of the ball, was to get faster.
Speed on the lives.
All those people you got through talking about speed wasn't their particular strong suit. This team is getting extremely fast, extremely quick.
Extremely athletic, extremely smart. And as we have seen, the DNA of the Ryan Poles players, no matter what coach is choosing them, is, he's all about the Arya scores and want to be great at football. Now the positional needs as far as the coaches and scheme, that's their criteria. But as long as they got that green ass RAS and they want to be great at football and they got high character, they pass Ryan Poles' muster. The actual positional values on the coaches, and they determine that from there. But the writings on the wall, we know what Ryan Poles likes, what type of fella. And Squirrel White exemplifies all of Ryan Poles' criteria. And being that Ben Johnson signed off on him, we have to assume his as well.
I just love the player. I'm an FSU fan, just for the record, y'all. And if he wasn't at FSU, I'd feel the same way about Squirrel. He was one of those guys I've been looking at didn't get a chance to do a breakdown on because we don't get that much time in the offseason to break down all these players. But that guy was definitely on my radar. I mean, just so dependable, durable. He can catch some punts and kicks too. He can do all that kind of stuff. So he's got value. He's got a pathway to get on the team if they can find a way to get him there. Again, I've been saying this and I'll say it again. There's some guys that have been on this roster for a couple of years that's just been hanging out. And I'm not saying hanging out. They've been doing their jobs, but in the process of trying to turn over this roster and make it look more like you in the mirror, Ben Johnson and Dennis Allen, some of these guys have to go. You know what I mean? So we're in a unique opportunity to make that kind of happen here. And if he can bring something to the table, and I think his path is special teams. Squirrel can get on this team somehow.
And don't forget, when we say speed on special teams, kids, it's not just the punt returner and kick returner. It's the gunner on punt and kickoffs to get down there and disrupt shit.
How big is this young man?
How big do you have to be running down the field to get in the head of a returner, knowing that, oh shit, I see a flash. I don't know if he's 6'5" or 5'6", but there's a player bearing down on me while I'm trying to concentrate on this ball. How big do you have to be to hit a guy as he's catching the ball to knock it out?
Yeah, it's when you have a guy with a heart like this, I mean, he's got a squirrel name, but he's got the heart of a lion. Seriously, man. A guy like that, you're going to try to find a way to keep around your team.
Man, how many times have you seen a video when a squirrel runs up some dude's leg and he goes running around like he don't know what to do because the squirrel's all up through his pants and around his back? You know,
they don't want the squirrel to bite his hoo-ha.
And as a returner, that's what you got to worry about. You're not returning, not looking for your lane, but you got to worry about squirrel getting up in your hoo-ha.
You gotta love football height and weight sometimes because I don't know how true to life this is, but they say he's about 5'10". If he's 5'10", I can live with that. The reason why I asked you, like first things first, like he runs a 40 at 4.28, which is right in line with Xavier Thomas, right? Like that's fast as all get out. The second thing here is when I hear gunner, when I hear gunner, whose name comes to mind right away for you guys?
When you say what now? When you say what?
Gunner, special teams gunner.
Blackwell or Hardy.
Okay, those are the names that come to your mind. They're both pretty damn good gunners, to be honest with you. The name that comes to mind for me is Cordero Patterson, and you know what I'm saying? Like Cordero Patterson shot out of hell on special teams and will wind up in your face, but he's also sizable enough to make them tackles when he's down there. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, kids. I think you're looking at this the wrong way. I don't think he makes it in that regard. I think he makes it in the return game.
Okay.
Oh, well, just squirrel specific.
Well, he said gunner, though. We're talking.
Well, I'm just thinking gunner as well. Just having that kind of speed to get down there, no matter what size you are, you're gonna be some kind of disruption on the play.
As a return man, absolutely, with 4.28, you're gonna do some damage. Yeah, very likely to do some damage. Hell, you got two guys back there with 4.28. That's a serious situation.
So you mean Thomas on one side and White on the other side?
You don't try to stick a square peg in a round hole. This guy is extremely explosive, and you want to put him back there in the return game and see if he can align himself with what they want to do in that special teams aspect, in that particular aspect of it. You got to put him back there and let him catch the ball and see if he can break something.
See,
and if he impresses in that way, Squirrel White can make this team.
I'm more with you with that than I am with him as a gunner, to be frank here. At five, like, don't get me wrong, at 5'10", he can probably. I don't think he's turning his nose up to that. I don't think he's turning his nose up to that because he's that tough. But I think if he makes it, it's going to be by way of the return. I'm just saying at that particular size, I think he could I think he could potentially do some damage as a special teams gunner. Like I do.
How big is Josh Blackwell? He's not that much bigger.
He's about a buck 80, 85.
This is
Buck
kind of.
I'll give him about a buck 80.
I don't think he's all. You know what I mean? I don't.
What are the odds you think, Nomad, that even though in that room, Khalif Raymond, he's a veteran, he's familiar with Ben Johnson and Antoine Randall, so he has that inside dope, but what would it take for, one of these or both of these rookies to, dislodge Raymond from the roster?
Well, number one, in the preseason, you don't want to put that responsibility on Khalif Raymond. You don't want to. Why in the hell would you want to put him back there in the preseason to be returning kicks? You know what he can bring to the table. That also, at the same time, opens the door for somebody like Squirrel White. You give him those opportunities, and guess what? It softens the amount of responsibility that Khalif Raymond has to bring to the team. Maybe Khalif Raymond can just play receiver, and we can put a guy like Squirrel White, and whenever Xavier Thomas is ready to handle that, those two guys can handle that responsibility, whether it be kickoff or punt. And so, looking at it long range, Khalif Raymond's like 30-something years old. How often do you want to put him back there in the return game and get cracked? You don't really want to, but you know he can do it. And so they're setting up, to me, they're setting up the situation so that he doesn't have to.
Yeah, like I wasn't sure where you're going, but yeah, I don't think they're going to use him in the return game at all.
Why would they? When they got,
you know what I'm saying? I'm so with
they
you,
get
bro.
Those young legs back there.
Yeah, you got two young guys who both run way faster than like no disrespect to Mr. Raymond, but these two young men are running 4.28 respectively. So like you put them both back there on either side, no matter who's kicking to you, somebody running 4.28, they're running somebody running the ball back at 4.28 speed. So that's a great look. It saves you a lot of potential bang up Khalif. You can really command and rock that slot position for a while. And when I say for a while, up until A, you get hurt, B, these two potential competitors oust you from that position, right? Because that's the general modus operandi here. Is the hopes is Xavier Thomas takes that spot at some point in this.
Paul asks a specific question. Let me answer that right quick. He says,
"And
what's the point of Khalif Raymond? Khalif
great...
Raymond is going to play real live plays in and out of the game. He's going to get a significant amount of reps playing offense.
There's another point.
Playing offense. These guys are supplementing so that he doesn't have to get banged up. He doesn't have to get banged up.
And then also, I would think Raymond is a safety blanket, security blanket, a veteran at the position that, Ben Johnson knows is like reliable. Whereas, Thomas and White are the not replacements, but heir apparents, the younger version of Raymond that, if they, brought along like Loveland and Luther, Darth Burton, by the middle of the season, they were kind of entrenched in the lineup. And so if, White and Thomas, or a mixture of the two, need that time to acclimate to the league, now you can phase them into the offense and you don't have to, put them out there too early. And then by the trading deadline, it's like if Raymond's expendable or Bradbury or any veteran that is being pushed out by a rookie, now you flip them or whatever happens. But Raymond, Bradbury, the veterans are just security blankets, placeholders until the rookies are ready to take that place. I think.
So you're right. Your head's right where mine is. The last little wrinkle to all this, in my opinion, is just that as a veteran in the Ben Johnson system, Khalif Raymond more or less already knows how he's going to be utilized by Ben Johnson, right? So Khalif Raymond is the backup to Amon-Ra St. Brown, or at least he was. He knows that role inside out and backwards, and we've seen it live and direct right here in Chicago a couple of times when Amon-Ra St. Brown went down and Khalif stepped right into that role and rocked the role and was a problem for us, right? So that's really why he's coming here. The flip side to that is that he, with that knowledge, will be able to show and share live and direct on the field with these two young guys who are trying to be him, right? They're trying to be the backup to the quote-unquote Amon-Ra St. Brown in that role. And if Amon-Ra St. Brown right now is Khalif Raymond, they're going to be able to watch him do it right there in training camp and figure that role out very quickly.
The beautiful thing about Squirrel White's situation, and again, he chose to sign with Chicago. And again, you may have to go back to the sale job that they may or may not have done to get him in Chicago. But here's the peephole that Squirrel White might be seeing this thing through. And that's the fact that Bellissimo brought up the fact that if they classify Khalif Raymond, not Khalif Raymond, but Xavier Thomas as a running back on this roster, even though we know he's not a running back, but he's there to supplement the running back. That's, to me, part of the genius of that draft pick, because he can supplement the backfield actually and play it well. If he gets classified as a running back so that they can pare this roster down to 53 to keep somebody like this on the roster, that's a window for Squirrel White. It's a small window, but it's a window. And then if you can go back there and return some kicks and make a little lightning and thunder while you're doing it, that just gives them more and more hardcore reasons to do that. So again, you keep speed if you got it. If you can, this is a great opportunity for us to give a kid a chance. And I love his heart. I mean, you're talking about a kid that can run every route, run every freaking route. He's a true receiver. Just needs opportunity. And I think he sees a way on this roster, through his own lenses. He sees a way to get on here. But that's Squirrel White, 5'10", $170 out of Florida State. And we got to get to the next guy. And this might sound a little negative. This is the vanilla gorilla everybody's talking about. Kaden Bernett out of Wyoming. He's a right guard. And every rep that I saw him take pretty much was right guard. I'm going to say that I'm going to get the negative out of the way first. I think he's too slow. He is absolutely 6'5", 320 pounds. In order for him to make this team, and you're going to hear a lot of glowing reviews about how mean he is and how physical he is and all that kind of stuff. But if you can't move and hit 1 and 2 targets in the wide zone blocking scheme and hit that target on time, you stand less than a better chance to make this roster. And he is a little too slow. He's a little too slow. And I'm sorry if that disappoints some people that have been looking at his stuff and looking at people give takes on him. I'm just telling you, from a X and O standpoint, he's a great physical presence to have on the team. But in the execution phase of what we do as a wide zone offense, you got to get from the A target to the B target, moving to the next level and that kind of thing, moving is what he doesn't do very well. And that's just the truth about it. He's going to have to lose probably 10 pounds to give himself a chance here, a minimum. Lose about 10 pounds because he's been at every buffet in Wyoming, eating everything, the silverware and the napkins.
Tatanka.
And so that's, to me, he's one of the guys that I say he's got a really steep uphill battle to make this team. But I do like the reason. I think the physicality is the reason why they brought him here, so he can compete.
Oh, I may have gotten the two confused between this Kaden Bernett and Jiren Cump, the other offensive UDFA lineman. But I could have sworn that they gave Bernett like one of the highest amounts for UDFA, so they wanted him financially, and there has to be some kind of reason for that. Now, granted, other
that
than
usually means somebody else is looking at him and they had to pay him a little bit more. That's usually how that works.
And so, well, with that stated, obviously he would probably offensive lineman. You want to give them a year of development, whether that be the practice squad. You hope they don't get snatched away, but other than his lack of fleet of footness, the nastiness, the ability, the intelligence is all something that is obviously attractive to this staff. And I'm thinking somehow they're trying to bring him along and develop him, because they just excuse me not re-signed but restructured Jonah Jackson. So you would expect him to be the right guard for at least another 2 seasons. They have Luke Newman from last year. But now, Burnett, and since he's specifically kind of pigeonholed in that position and has less versatility than the next offensive lineman we'll get to, it's just weird how he's kind of pigeonholed at right guard. They give him all this bonus money, but he still needs development. So, I mean, it's just a curious plan. Like, what do they have in store for him? I think is my ultimate point.
I think they just want to take a real time look at him before they let him get somewhere else, and that was the reason why they guaranteed him the money. And at this point, given his weight and status right now, maybe they brought him in and looked at him at his private workout, and he was down 15 pounds and moved a whole lot better. But on tape, from what I can see, I watched 2-3 separate games on him, and it's all the same. He's great in close contact when he doesn't have to move, and it's just, all right, you get on your man and get him out of the way in the run game. That's his strong suit. But when he has to move in a wide zone scheme and get from A contact point to B contact point and do multiple, guys got past him left and right. I saw a safety just stream right down the middle of the field, which was his B contact point. So he got on a 3 technique or nose, and he was supposed to pop from that to the safety that was streaming down the middle of the field. He missed him by a mile. And that guy got right in the backfield and made a tackle on the running back. Perfectly set up play that he's supposed to get to that B contact point, and he just wasn't quick enough and fast enough to get there. I don't want to just dog the guy and make it sound like he's not a good player, but I know in order for him to make this team, he's got to get his weight down a little bit and get a little bit more mobile and quicker. I'm not saying it's if that's the only issue, I think he'll be a good prospect. Just get your weight down so that you can get a little bit more agile and move better in the wide zone scheme. And, it's, to me, that's his weakness, mobility.
Yeah. That comes off on tape very quickly. You see that his 40 times about a 5.0, close to it. You see he has sort of a belabored movement when he moves. It's not I would hate to see him in the run game right now. The flip side of all that, he plays angry. He's a wrestler. He plays angry, and sometimes that edge is probably almost enough. He also has good hands too. Like the anger in the hands are 2 things that you kind of want from that guard on the inside. So I can't argue with them bringing him in. Again, if they paid him bigger money, probably because somebody else had interest and they had to negotiate their way around it to really get a look. Here's the thing though, y'all. Not Jonah Jackson, but Joe Thuney. Right? Joe Thuney is only signed up to do this thing for a set amount of time. So they're going to want to see if they can get, mentorship out of Joe Thuney for some of these guys back there, Ham, Luke Newman, etc. If they can get some mentorship from Joe Thuney, then potentially they can allow Joe to move off, and perhaps they have an in-house replacement in that respect without having to pay big money or put big capital into it. Long story short, you get that mentorship from the veteran, have those skills transferred down to these young guys, and you replace the position when you have to replace the position.
I so hate that you brought Joe Thuney into this, because when you do the player comparison, we're talking about the tortoise and the hare.
Oh, you missed me, man.
No,
I definitely hear what you're talking about.
No, you didn't. I'm not making a player comparison at all.
You're not, but you did bring those two in the conversation.
No, I'm saying that you want to utilize the veteran to train the young man and potentially get him up to speed to become the Joe Thuney of the future. And I'm not saying that he's anywhere near remotely Joe Thuney level today.
Joe Thuney has to
get down the road.
Joe Thuney has to get him out of Golden Corral. That's it.
Well, that ain't Joe Thuney's job. That's somebody else's job, and give him a couple of years.
But give all these offensive linemen the opportunity to stand there and observe Joe Thuney go about his business. Ask questions, let that veteran leadership, whether it be by example and or, vocally, let him get some of that, off of him, because he is a, legit Hall of Fame candidate offensive lineman. We don't see a lot of those guys. So anytime, a young offensive lineman has that opportunity, to just kind of rub shoulders with them, shower together, no diddy, do that.
Why'd you go there?
Well, because they do that, they're in there, with the suds and stuff. It's like, hey, when the guy pulls and, they're talking about, a football play while, lathering up, just wherever the opportunity is there.
Hey, Trips, you know how I get in the
it was a little bit pause. You know what I mean?
Trips, you know how I get
when the guy pulls.
Trips, you know how I get in a certain way when you guys bring up RAS scores and all these different statistics and all that kind of stuff, talking about some 40 time and all that. There's that. I do get, because it doesn't really matter to me. It's what I see on tape. And this is a particular time when the particular, those statistics show up on the field. Like, he is legitimately slow. And I think it has all to do with his weight. However, now here's the good part about it. Number one, he might be a couple sandwiches short of a picnic. I think he's crazy. And I want a little crazy. I want a little crazy. He
went there.
I watched him in his press conferences, man. He's a football nut.
So that boy ain't right.
He wants to be physical, and you want to prioritize having physical players around your roster. Guys that just love the physicality of the game. And he's that. I think the worst thing I could say about him is the easiest thing in the world is he probably is too heavy. It's easy to go and drop a couple 10, 12, 15 pounds. That's easy. He's probably already on his way to doing that right now, because easily on film, you could see that he's not mobile enough to really execute in the offense that we run. He's just not. But if that's the only problem, which is all I really see, he's a great run blocker. Pass protection, he's sufficient. Let's just say he loves to tussle and wrestle, so that fits into his category. I think if you can get the weight off of him and get him a little bit more, like you said, Trip, fleet of foot, you got you something here. You got you something. That's the only conundrum. Keep his ass out of Golden Corral. Keep his ass away from any buffet, and he'll be all right.
I'm sorry. He's just double down on just buffets across the board. He's not allowed.
He's eating every buffet
go to any buffet in the United States.
He can't even have a breakfast buffet at the Hampton Inn.
He's eating everything and extinct buffalo up in Wyoming.
Damn, my boy Burnett, man, take it easy, man.
Man, he's a big dude, man, but the physicality definitely sticks out, and that's, to me, the thing you circle if you were to ask me, what do I think Ben Johnson is looking at? It's that. He just pounds people and he chases you all over the field just to get to you. And that kind of crazy you need. You need that kind of
to the echo of the whistle.
There's a place for lunacy on the football field.
Yeah, and you can always tell because it's like, well, oh yeah, you're painting your face. Yeah, you poser. But some of those dudes that paint their faces like, man, I don't want the locker next to that dude.
All you gotta do is look at the eyes, man. You know everything you need to know.
Yeah, his face paint situation is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, but then he got the matching, like hawk and animal mohawk kind of thing going on.
Damn.
Oh, he's a psychopath.
Legion of Doom.
He's a psychopath, and you need a few of them around your team.
Yeah, that's
I ain't mad at it at all.
That's what I'm saying.
I just don't want to lock it next to him.
You can't have nice guys on that O-line, man. You can't.
Hold on, who you gonna doom and put next to the guy, man? If you don't want to, who's gonna want that?
Joe Tooney. Yeah, you are now his locker mate, his on the travel mate on the plane and on the road trips. You are now his protege.
I love watching physical football. This guy's tape is absolutely boring because all he does is he's just looking for contact and looking to be physical and use his advantage to really shine on tape. And he's got a definite physical advantage. He just wants it more. He wants the physicality more than the guy he's chasing all over the field. They just like, God damn, man. Hey, man, get off me. Did you hit a whistle? What's wrong with you?
Right.
He's that kind of dude. Like, hey, man, dude.
And Red Baron just brought up a name, and that's that dude, John Randall.
Lunatic.
Number 93, that little bald dude looking like a raisinette out there just causing a ruckus, from the middle of the defensive line. Like, goddamn, somebody block this dude. And he was just had the face paint on, and it was just relentless. It was like, geez. He was Batman. He was nuts. And I get that Batman, he's nuts kind of vibe from Kaden Bernett, indeed.
Hey, where lunacy paid off is John Randall. He's a lunatic. He was a lunatic. And this guy's a lunatic. He's a psychopath. I'm just telling you right now. He's a psycho MFer. And you got to have some cats like that around your roster if you want to be successful. Got to have some cats that are clean shit up.
Mm-hmm. Because you need those dudes that, somebody hits your quarterback, later after the play. You want somebody to be like, offensive lineman that'd be like, yo, you need those dudes and not somebody just going to look and see, oh, damn, he knocked down our quarterback. That's fucked up. Yeah. No, you want somebody that's going to step up in there in the fray. And Burnett, yeah, he's that in the fray type dude. He lives for that shit.
Hey, yeah, Smitty, John Randall is crazy, man. His stories is crazy. I've seen some of them here and there. Yeah, it's some funny shit. His highlights are crazier. The mic'd up
wasn't right.
The mic'd up highlights are absolutely insane, man. All right, that's Kaden Bernett, 6 foot. Let me see, make sure 6'5", 320 pounds, big old dude, man. And he won't be that if he makes it as a Bear on this team. He'll be probably around 305, 310.
What's the weight again, bro?
He's 320.
320. Yeah, he needs to drop a little bit more than that. But I'm with you.
Yeah.
Get that baby fat off. He'd be all right.
I'd say 295. Turn a little bit more of that into muscle, and you'll be doing himself a good service, man.
Because one thing that we can say about these offensive linemen, Dan Rochar signed off on all of them.
Yeah. All you gotta do is put an APB out at Golden Corral and Taco Bell. He'd be all right.
Shoney's breakfast bar. That's a healthy one.
He's sending spies to the buffets of North America.
Man, he cannot be there. He cannot be. Don't feed that man.
I could fuck with some Shoney's right about now, though.
All right. Let's get to the next player, and that is on
the brain.
I bet you guys have got a good, solid look at Coleman Bennett. Out of Kennesaw State, he is 6 foot, 210 pounds. Go ahead and take off, Trips. I hear you down there.
Now, granted, he runs like a man because he's had like 6 years of eligibility, but we're not gonna go there, kids. What I've seen is some very quick feet laterally. When he accelerates, you know how lightning strikes and it's like it rumbles up here and it's like zoom. That's what he's like when he decides where he wants to go, and he makes that decision after patiently letting the play develop in front of him. And somebody also like Squirrel White, who puts the shoulder down and fall for it. Out of what I've seen from Coleman Bennett, I've never seen him go backwards being tackled. I mean, he's one of those guys that's elusive. He'll spin, but he also does not run out of bounds to avoid a tackle. He's either going to cut and try to keep going or lower his shoulder to run through a guy. He's not like track speed fast, but he's football field fast. And he can make an angle disappear on a defender, and he can outrun some guys to the house. So the elusiveness, the headiness, because of his experience, he is right now, day one, as a UDFA, I would say Roshan Johnson, deuces, my ninja, and welcome Mr. Bennett, if it came down to it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's all the stuff that Roshan Johnson isn't, unfortunately. He's fast. He will exceed north and south and take on contact, but he'll just as soon avoid the contact. Duh. I don't know what else to say about that one. My boy Roshan will run you over 99% of the time, and we wonder why he's got the concussion helmet on. You know what I'm saying? This kid, you're right, Trip. He's not he's like the right speed, right? Like he's got a real good amount of acceleration. He might get ran down, but when he does, he's probably got 20 yards, 10 to 20 yards into the secondary. Real decent amount of speed on this kid. Again, just enough shook and dive to get the job done. Powerful runner. I like what I see for the most part across the board with this particular running back. Decent pass catching back as well. He's got that in him. He's got that in him too. So I can see them utilizing him in different capacities, but mostly in that north-south game, which is really what we need.
Two things, fellas, that really stuck out about Coleman Bennett. And I'm looking at it, evaluating it in a way that trying to figure out what it was about him, particularly that would make him, out of all the running backs out there, the UDFA for the Bears assigned. He's probably got great character. He's probably got great football character, obviously. Stuff that we don't know about him that the Bears know about him. They know. That part that we don't know, let's think about the tape. Number one, the first thing that stood out to me was, okay, he doesn't have great long speed. He's got speed, but not like breaking your neck speed to house that thing from 60 yards out.
Yeah.
You don't see that. However, this guy's is two things about him that I know for a fact that Ben Johnson must be over the moon about. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. Great receiver out of the backfield. Natural soft hands. If that ball is in the right place, he catches it in rhythm. And if that thing is blocked up, he'll hit his head on the goalpost. He just plays downhill. Number one, great hands and great receiver out of the backfield. Number two, extraordinary contact balance. His contact balance is next level. You can hit him anywhere on his body, but if you don't wrap him, Coleman Bennett is going to rumble. Period. If you don't wrap them legs up and lasso him and take him to the ground, he is going to rumble.
Yeah.
He's going to run through your arm tackles. The first guy rarely ever brings him down. So those two things are the two things that I think Ben Johnson is just like, yeah.
So he's got a little bit of that David Montgomery in him. I that's just a little bit. The other thing I liked about him is you're gonna catch him like you do with any running back on a east, on a sweep or coming around the corner. he has a tendency to hit the corner and find his way back into the center of the field. He's not trying to go out of bounds. He's trying to come back in and get some extra yardage. And I can appreciate the hell out of that. But yeah, I like Coleman, man. He's I'm telling you, prospect.
When you guys get a chance, No Maniacs, and you two guys too, man, go back and look at the tape again and watch how many times he bounces off the guy that's initially trying to get him.
Uh-huh.
And I know he's at Kennesaw State. You know, take that for what you will. I'm talking about, I think that translates. And I think in Hallis Hall, they thought it translated. You don't lasso and buggy whip them legs and wrap him up and bring him down to the ground. He's going to rumble.
You know, he can only, play the competition that's lined up against him. And those dudes that was lined up against him, he was like, get off me, little boy. Mm-hmm. And he was running through dudes, around dudes, making a miss. So his shiftiness was there. He may not be a 4.28 top end guy, but his football quickness is noticeable.
That contact balance, and the receiving out of the backfield. I mean, he's such an easy hands catcher. Easy. I mean, it's just effortless. He looks like a receiver when he catches the ball. And those are the kind of guys you're looking for, guys that don't look like they need to be made into a receiver, somebody that naturally catches the ball naturally and assumes the position of a running back once he gets it in his hands. And with that kind of contact balance, you know, most plays that running backs make, all you have to do is break one tackle, and you pretty much have the whole universe in front of you. And I think they see that in this cat, man. That's what I think they see.
What is Joseph Matuzak farm boy? You know, not that I'm telling anybody, kids, but like that dude, offensive lineman from Detroit that wore the overalls with the shorts. Yeah, I would fuck with that outfit. But he's saying, Joseph is saying that Coleman Bennett is like a farm truck. That's what I'm saying. He's a small farm truck. He takes small hits and bumps all day and goes right on by. So, like, you know, his favorite truck, Betsy, that old Chevy or that Ford double dually or whatever. He's not a monster truck. He's not one of those drag racing trucks, but he's a workhorse that is like, damn, that some bitch still running? Look at that.
No, he's Dave Montgomery. Like, it's probably the closest immediate comp that I would give him. You know, all the things you love about David Montgomery, you could potentially paint on this particular guy. Ain't super fast. David Montgomery ain't super fast. Keeps his wheels moving all the time. That lower trunk is moving, and that's part of the reason why it's so hard to get him down. His legs are moving. Falls forward, Dave Montgomery. The one thing that I said, pass catching back, Dave Montgomery. The one thing that I noticed again that was slightly different than David is that I'm on the corner, but yeah, you know what? I'm cutting back in. You know what I'm saying? I'm cutting back in. I'm gonna get some extra yardage if I can. I'll take the hit. So that's the one area that I found was a little bit different than Dave, but that's my immediate comp.
He's tough, bro.
Yeah.
Like I seen a linebacker from Southern. I think they were playing Southern, or it might not have been Southern, some blue and yellow team. And man, I seen a linebacker stream right down the middle, and it was that guy. He was the only thing in between him and the quarterback getting smoked. Man, he smoked this cat, man. Just flat out ran right through him. And so there's that component too. As a pass protector, he has no fear. None. And so the comparisons Joseph is putting in there about that farm truck, about he just works. That's a very accurate way of looking at Coleman Bennett. You just just tell him what he needs to do, and he does it.
And Paul, is he better than Britton Brown? I think he's different than Britton Brown.
Yeah, he's a different.
You know, to stay with the analogy, if Coleman Bennett is a farm truck, Britton Brown is more of a like a 2-wheel drive truck, more for the beach or something. Britton Brown I see is more as an outside guy, get to the edge and utilize speed, whereas he can run up the middle, but it's not really his thing, where Bennett looks more comfortable going through traffic. Does that make sense?
My God, this guy is his physicality, and he's only 210 pounds, and that sounds like he's a light guy. He's not light, but his strength is, man. I'm like, hold on. I'm looking at plays where he's just carrying 2 and 3 cats down the field for about 6 or 7 extra yards on a regular on his tape. Not like, you've seen it here and there. No. He's regularly, you put that ball in his hands and as a couple of guys hit him, he's going to carry him. He's going to get you them dirty yards that you need. And you got that multiplicity of being a receiver out of the backfield, which is great. Being somebody that stick his nose in there and pound somebody in the pass protection aspect of it. And then be a guy that has great contact balance in the run game when you're handling the ball. You put all those 3 things together, man, you got an easy UDFA that you want to give every opportunity to. And he deserves every opportunity they give him.
Would it be fair to say he's a little bit maybe faster and better catcher than Monangai by a little bit?
I'd say they're probably about equal speed, but yeah, he's a much better receiver. Much better.
I don't know if I would say that. I do like his ability to catch out of the backfield, though. I like Monangai's ability to catch out the backfield too. Just a little bit different. Just a little bit more. Monangai just more shifty, man. And
Monangai is not a natural receiver. I'm just telling you.
You don't think so?
I know so. I know. I've seen enough of his tape, and I know a natural receiving running back when I see one. This Coleman Bennett is a natural receiver.
Well, we'll see how that goes.
In that category, Monangai's gotten better. I saw him get better during the year from where he was in training camp and in the preseason. He worked himself into a guy that is becoming a better receiver. But in comparison to Coleman Bennett, there is no comparison. He's already there before he even gets to the Chicago Bears. No, he's not a bad receiver. He's getting better.
The one question to me is with respect to pass blocking. I didn't see a lot of pass blocking snaps. What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I just told you he ain't fearing nothing. He'll pound a linebacker that's coming through there.
Okay.
I told you. I didn't see a lot of those reps, so I can't really speak to that.
I think it's a good pickup, but I do think his battle is an uphill one. I'm not gonna, but I think his toughness can find him some special teams value. Because I don't think anytime you see a guy that whatever they ask him to do, he excelled at doing it. Even if you can imagine somebody not liking it, but he just took that baton and just said, all right, I'm gonna own it. That's what pass pro is, man. For a guy that's less than 225 pounds, 220 pounds, you're dealing with guys that are 225, 230, 235, big dudes. And you have to take that baton and own it, bro. When you got a guy that can stamp a guy 15, 20, 30 pounds his senior and not even bat an eye, you got a chance to make some team in the NFL somewhere. And I do think it's going to be on special teams for Coleman Bennett. I don't think he ever gets a touch in the season. He's just going to have to make his way on the team by way of special teams. That's it.
I don't know. If let's say he's on the team, and going with the line of thought that the chat's putting out there, Joseph, vidIQ, and vidIQ specifically, the ball catches Kyle, whereas Coleman receives the ball. He reaches out with his hands and catches it or snatches it out of the air. So if both, let's say, are on the roster at running back, Bennett and Monangai, that is, the deployment could be, 3rd down and 5 or less is more Monangai territory. 3rd down and longer is Bennett territory, because you're more apt to use, passes from the running back. So the similarities can be similar, like we've described with the center position and with the wide receiver position. It looks like, this could be a similar skill, but maybe a little bit better with the receiving and pass blocking double up in the wide receiver room.
Man, I'm not going to go crazy with the embellishment because he's a draft pick or UDFA pick for the Chicago Bears, but I do think his toughness is something to behold. Just like the previous player we were just talking about, his toughness is something to behold. Now he's got to find some kind of way, and I think it's through the special teams coach to do it. They're going to be impressed with him as a running back and as a receiver in camp, but that's only one way. That's you can't be a one-trick pony. You have to have value in special teams as a UDFA.
Right on. Now, you know what, Nomad? Saying that, who had a real good draft?
Who's that?
Richard Hightower.
I agree with that. I agree with, and you know what? His name has come up quite often. A couple of times we've seen Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles. Is they trying to make sure he has what he needs. And so you want to talk about somebody that's I think he's gotten an opportunity, but I think he's got an opportunity to either excel or not be a coach in special teams in this league. He needs to get results here.
He's got the pieces.
Yeah.
He just got to mastermind that shit.
Next player we about to talk about, and that is Hayden Large, probably the wide
side of the East Coast. Sorry.
Have you guys got a chance to check him out?
Yeah, check out Papa Large a little bit. He's a team captain, fiery, kind of inspirational, lead by example and by mouth kind of guy. He kind of fell off because he had a injury. I don't remember what it was, but it kind of slowed him down. So he stayed in school, and he's another one of those lineage guys. You look at defensive backs from this school, or this position from that school. But when you look at Iowa, offensive line and tight end, and Hayden, Papa Large, big shot on the East Coast. He played like that at tight end, but where he fits, I don't know. How he fits, I don't know. But his game is toughness, love football, can block, can run, can pass. He looks like, he's a football player. And now where his talent level to go to the next level, I don't know. But he's a baller, kids. He wants it.
All I got to say is, like, Ben Johnson loves his tight ends, man. He really likes his position. He's been utilizing it against, many different teams for many, many years. I don't blame him with this particular selection. I can see how they can utilize him in definite different capacity. He's a large man, good radius, and he's kind of a multifaceted tight end. So I don't know. Like, so Cole, him,
Steven Carlson, Sam Roush,
and
Quadir Ishmael and Nikola Kalinick.
Say what now?
Colston Lovely,
Ishmael as well. Okay.
Cole Komet. So 2, Steven Carlson, Sam Roush. That's 4. Quadir Ishmael, Nikola Kalinick. That's 6, and then Hayden Large. That's the tight end room right now.
Damn. That's a very. Now, I hope they have a big room. That's a big. You know what I mean? That's a lot of humanity fitting in that room, and I mean that, but like, because
literally and figuratively.
You know what I'm saying? In both possible ways. These guys are huge. I don't know how you're gonna fit all these people into a single room, The upside here is the guys somewhere in America scheming this shit out like crazy. Like he's scheming this out. This is going to work, and he's going to use these guys. I just don't know who all. Like, there's no way we roll into 2026 with 7 human beings in that room. That's just
right.
That's just not. You know what I mean? That's not. That's.
Can I do this quick breakdown before I pass it back to you guys? I'm gonna go grab me a little beverage in here in a second.
Uh-oh.
But I do think
turn up.
I think the mindset here is they're preparing the world without a Cole Kmet and making sure that we have depth here. And Kez said it in a nutshell when he was just like, hey, man, we got a lot of tight ends, a lot of tight end interest here. What is up with that? I think they're preparing the landscape.
It's funny you say that because he kind of, the other Sam Roush isn't, right? Like he's not, in my opinion, your Cole Kmet replacement. He is your
he might be kids.
Dylan Smythe replacement.
He's your Smythe replacement, right? Like that's how I see him. There he has some potential.
So Smythe isn't here, kids. Smythe isn't here, and Cole Kmet, quiet as kept, could be somebody that the what happens during the season is going to happen during the season. Guys are going to get nicked up, hurt. Teams are going to feel like they have a chance, but they need to replenish their tight end ranks or something. Whatever it happens, Cole Kmet could be valuable come trade deadline. And I think in the bigger, I'm not saying that's a strong possibility, but I think they're playing, if you would, 3D chess and making sure that a day without Cole Kmet ain't going to be a day that they have to fret because they have some depth here.
Well, I think a lot of it, though, it would depend on how it plays out, kids. And Nomad, sorry to cut you off there.
No.
But if the offense, decides to, play the first half of games from the beginning of the season, not just the second half, and Kmet is a part of that offense, whether it be blocking or, whatever his role is. And he can be phased out, because I would think, on game days, you get four tight ends, because you got to have, your 13 personnel, and then you got to have a backup. And that backup is probably going to play special teams. So if, Carlson and Kmet can be phased out by Ishmael and Roush, okay, then maybe you trade a Kmet. But if the offense is rolling and the team is winning, I don't think he would be a piece that you got rid of if he's a contributor. You know what I mean? You don't want to disrupt the flow of the offense, especially when he's not going to walk, after the season anyway, because he's under contract for a couple of years. And because they restructured him, it's even more trade friendly if you go into the offseason as opposed to the trade deadline. So unless he is not contributing, I don't think he would be a piece that you tried to flip at the deadline because the position is just too valuable in this offense.
Let me go ahead. Let me break it down real quick, man. He's 6'4". Hayden Large is 6'4", 250. He's a big tight end. Also, he's like the antithesis. He's absolutely a blue collar tight end. I watched Iowa in sequence in a few games. They might run 20, 25 plays before they even target this guy. So he knows his particular, and they run a pro style offense and use 2 tight ends on a regular basis. Hint, hint, what attracts Ben Johnson to a guy like him? He knows the role. He knows it's a thankless job.
Know your role.
And he's okay with that. He is okay with that. I know my job is to be an extra offensive lineman. And Hayden Large does that well. Very well. Just like the tight end that we got during the draft, Sam Roush. Equally as good and effective football players. He's just as much as an offensive lineman as the offensive lineman. They run the ball by way of Hayden Large often in Iowa. And so he might see 15, 17, 20 reps without a ball even being thought of thrown in his direction. And then all of a sudden they start thanking him during the game. Play action, roll out, boom, he's wide ass open. That's what play action brings to the table. And playing with multiple tight ends can bring you. You hide him, you hide him, you hide him. The next thing you know, boom, he's a live wire. Hard to deal with in a real defensive construct because you forget they're there.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, and also being a live wire, he's another one of those face painters playing to the echo of the whistle.
Yeah, he's that kind of guy, man. And you're kind of like I can see him being your future Cole Kmet. Don't get me wrong. He has that type of skill set, which is why I can understand them actually bringing him in. I don't expect them to let go of Cole Kmet at the trade deadline just because of dollars and cents and how that shakes out. But post this season, all bets are off. They pay the bulk of the money next season. So, you want to get your money's worth with Cole this season and then potentially do something after that. But again, depending on what the capital is, if somebody's willing to offer you something decent, you take it and you don't look back. And if that's the case, you want to have a guy like this that might be able to step up into that role because, like I say, I think that Roush is your Kyle Juszczyk. That's how I look at Roush. I think they're going to use him in some different capacity, mostly blocking, but also offensively too.
That shit you just said right then and there was tight as fuck. I had that come through my mind at least 72 hours ago, just thinking about that pick and thinking about his usage.
Yeah.
And Kyle Juszczyk is a perfect, like Kyle Juszczyk in his wildest wet ass dreams ain't as mobile and as fluid a mover as Sam Roush is, but we will not roster a fullback.
No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean we don't kind of need a fullback sometimes.
I'm glad you said that because it was a thought that I had in the last 72 hours, but you just brought it to the forefront. Great call right there.
Thank you very much.
But this guy Hayden Large is you talking about a guy that embraces his role. You need football players like that because guess what? Everybody ain't a freaking star. Everybody ain't no freaking, you're going to get the ball 10, 15 times in a game. You're not even going to get thought about. You better shut the hell up and do your job. He embraces his role. And he's crazy about football, obviously. And I watched him, most of the guys, I just say 9 times out of 10, outside of your kickers and your long snappers, I'm going to watch interviews of them and see if I can detect what kind of human being we're bringing into the building. He's a little, I just say he's a little thrown off, but in a good way. In a good way. Man, he's a blue collar Chicago Bear kind of football player. I mean, you can't ask for more physicality and a more accepting of his role, kind of tight end. Yeah. They might ask him to, hell, we need you to go hold the snap for the kicker tomorrow so he can kick field goals. He'll jump out there and do it.
Well, Cole Kmet does that right now too sometimes, right? He'll double.
This kind of guy he is, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This guy is kind of your more like for like Cole Kmet replacement. You want to give him every opportunity to sort of step up to the plate to do it. The other guy is not just your, don't get it twisted. He's not just your Smythe replacement. He's your fullback. He's your tight end. He's your Kyle Juszczyk.
Hey, right? Kev, remember what I was just telling you earlier, and just look at what Joseph just said in that comment. You read it if you want to.
Sure. I fear of an old linebacker friend of mine was a tight end that didn't get targeted for 30-plus plays, but wasn't pulled. Like, you're damn straight, man.
In the back of his mind.
Right? It's so true.
That's the realest shit I ever heard, man. That's why they're dangerous, man.
Well, and he's also like, you gotta love Ben, man. You gotta love what he's doing, because he's looking out. He's peeping on the more powerful offenses in the league, and how do they do the things that they do. Hey, I'm watching Kyle Shanahan, that is, right? I'm watching Kyle film, and like, he uses Kyle use check, that is, in those situations where like you don't expect him to leak out into the flat, and all of a sudden he's off for a couple of yards, just in a situation where you just didn't quite account for it, right? So you have to you have to applaud Ben and his creativity, general understanding of football. Can't wait to see it on the field now. You know what I mean? Like, now we just got to see it in action.
Like kids, think about how many times he hid Durham Smythe during games, and all of a sudden, boom, he cracks you with Durham Smythe.
He did and he didn't, right? I think there's, like, I'm just gonna say it flat out. I think there's a lot more of that coming. Is really what I'm trying to say, right? I think,
yeah. Well, by design, as well as how many times did a play break down, and now what does Caleb look to? He looks to his tight end as a safety blanket. And what do the tight ends have in common that the Bears brought in this offseason in the name of Sam Roush and Hayden Large? They're excellent blockers, but they're very smart players, and they will leak out and become available to whichever direction Caleb is scrambling to, and they're fleet of foot enough and athletic enough to get open and catch the ball and, rumble and bumble on down the field for the first down if they can.
Beautiful, right? This is shit we ain't never really experienced yet before, y'all. It's stuff that we watch. It's stuff we watch when we watch other football teams. So I'm kind of.
You mean constant offensive threats?
What is that? I've never seen that before.
We play defense in Chicago. We don't know what offense is.
You know what I mean? So
look at it this way, fellas. When Cole Kmet, who hardly ever misses anything, when you have the kind of depth that you're comfortable with, and number one, the coach needs to be comfortable with you being there on the 53. Or you won't be there on the 53. You'll always be on the practice squad and be a liability to, basically your whole team, because we don't know if you're going to be here next week. If you get on that roster, on that 53, Durham Smythe remained on the 53. Never saw that I can remember, never saw the practice squad. And they were confident that this guy can bring something to the table every single week. And it wasn't a week that went by that if Cole Kmet went down or Colson Loveland was down, which he was, I was uncomfortable because how comfortable they were with Durham Smythe. And so we're building the kind of roster that you can be comfortable in these guys that Ben has brought onto the team. And so it's not going to be a letdown if one of these guys come up missing. They just a game plan around them.
What's interesting, really, like we're talking about, so we're talking about this, the visage of all of this from the 30,000 foot fan view, right? Like, this is how we see it and where we sit and what it looks like to us in preparation for a season upcoming. There's a different view, and the view to me is really the 500-foot view from the eyes of the quarterback. And that is a whole other thing, because as we watch the young man progress into becoming the Iceman, he came from a situation where he wasn't sure about the coaching staff. He wasn't sure about the offensive direction of the team, wasn't sure about the players on the team. All of those things, I think, at this point have probably completely disappeared. And in this season, He's confident in the guys he's got on the wings. He is. He's going to get confidence in these brand new talents as far as the wide receiver core is concerned. He's now going to have confidence in the offensive line that they're building around him once more. He's going to have some more confidence in the tight end group, which now, for the most part, includes 13 personnel with a potential, fullback / tight end who can also leak into action. Right, these are all weapons for Caleb Williams to utilize. And when you sit down and you talk about completion percentage, well, snap. Look at all the guys that he can potentially actually hit that he will have belief in. I'm super excited to see what that is going to look like in 2026.
It's just a little bit more than that when a guy like Hayden Large. You know that whatever role you ask him to play, whether it be on special teams, whether it be as a supplementary tight end, whether it be fullback. And so when they have to put a guy on the field and feel confident that he can complete the task, if he's in line as a tight end and all of a sudden Caleb sees a blitz coming from whatever side and he shifts this guy into the backfield, he's going to be completely comfortable with this guy being able to pick up the protection. Little things like that.
Shad on Sports. There's a question. Question. How much more of a ceiling for this offense have we added in terms of passing run game? Not as high as it will go. Because I'm looking at the roster now, and it's like the draft picks and the UDFA's added. Miller Moss, okay, a future development kind of guy. But Caleb Williams, another year in this offense, with the mastery, I can't say the word, with the mastery thereof. I was trying to put that phrase together. Mastery thereof. There you go. And, DeAndre Swift, he's still, I believe, upgradable as far as a home run hitter at running back, but he's still here, so whatever. But Coleman Bennett is a competitive piece for Roschon Johnson. He may only play on special teams. He may get some offensive snaps. Knowing Ben Johnson, he would. I think that is an upgrade. Sam Roush and Hayden Large are upgrades over Smythe. Smythe was the veteran, but how many plays did we see him whiff one blocks in the run and in the pass game multiple times all last season? So that's, yardage and points left on the field, putting, Caleb in more of a scramble mode than necessary, faster than necessary. And speaking of those scramble modes, when we got frustrated that wide receivers would not come to the side that he's scrambling to, Ben Johnson specifically addressed that he was, speaking to wide receiver coach Antoine Randall to coach the wide receivers to come into the area that Caleb is with. But Sam Roush, as well as Large here at tight end, they are more comfortable in that area and will do that naturally because they're heady for the game. You look at the replacement of Alameda Zacchaeus and Devin Duvernay with the increased speed of a Xavier Thomas and Squirrel White, and Khalif Raymond. He's faster anyway, but he's an older guy. So that room is faster and more talented on receiver wise as well as return wise. Offensive line, you got young guys that are training. So in training and development coming up behind me if they make the team. But I think the long story short, TLDR, this offense will score more points than they did last season. They're going to play more of a complete game from start to finish than they did last season. And they're going to put the defense in a position where they're not playing from behind as much as last season. So I think with the guys drafted and the UDFAs that are backing them up and or challenging them and pushing them, we see the vision, and we are trusting this staff to get the best out of the guys like they did the last draft class. So yeah, I think this offense will, be a 30-point, per game average scoring type deal.
All right, real quickly, we just to focus on Hayden Large in particular, but not so much. I don't know if I seen a podcaster or somebody that does Bears coverage or Bears content that has put it this way, and I'm gonna put it this way to you two guys, Trips and Kids, so that you think about it, and the No Maniacs out there in the chat. I don't think this draft was about finding starters, particularly this year. I think this draft was about, and remember when I say this, one of the things I keep hearing from Ben Johnson and Ryan Poles was their self-scouting and their evaluation of what they had on the roster. Their self-scouting made them draft this draft in a certain way. I think we drafted for depth. If you look at this draft from top to bottom, I'm talking about the actual guys that were drafted during the draft, day 1 through day whatever. All those guys that were drafted and the UDFAs. If you can't, after we finish breaking this down tonight, if you can't come to the conclusion that they drafted for depth and they saw that their depth was a hamstring to the roster during the entire season last year, I don't think you're seeing the big picture. They know that their depth was a problem, and they went to address that in this draft. And that might sound like hold on, Nomad. What do you mean to tell me we only got one starter out of this draft? We only got one day one starter out of this draft. But the guys that they drafted have high capability of being starter, may not be this year. So I think in total, this whole entire draft, and that includes Hayden Large right here on the screen, was about depth. Depth and depth only.
Well, look, you're probably right. I'm not sure if that's like, I don't know if that's like the right thing to do. It's proof is in the pudding on this one. That's all I can really say. There's areas of need that require support. It's like what's a viable analogy? It's like, if you're building a house, it's like you got you got 16 doors put up and no walls. You know what I mean? Like the doors are taken care of, but people could just walk through the house. It's weird. Now,
going.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going for depth without addressing the obvious starting case scenario in situations where you might not, in situations of need where you actually need to put up walls, and like in my analogy, you're ignoring the walls.
Well, kids, you're gonna go down a road where I already know where you're headed, and I'm just gonna take you there. And you feel like edge rusher again it was a need pick, and a lot of Bears fans think they think the same thing as you, and I beg to differ, man. And it's for one reason and one reason only, and that's because of Austin Booker. And if you reach out there and you go and grab somebody that you think is a starter, you do that. What are you going to do with what you think Austin Booker is? And that is basically saying you have no confidence in him. But you know what the Bears told everybody? We have confidence in him. And that's just the bottom line.
All I'm saying is we're going to see what this looks like in real time. And one of two things is going to happen. Let's just boil it down to the reality. Either this team's putting up 70 points on everybody while allowing teams to put up 40 points on them and winning football games, or the opposite is going to happen. And that means they're probably not going to put up quite as much as we're hoping that they will, but that sieve still exists, and that's where the issue is going to be. So it's one or the other, right? So we're going to see.
I'm going to get his picture off the screen so we can have this conversation really quick. But I understand the trepidation. I understand how people think. I understand, the all the question marks. I understand them. But I know one thing we do around here is we needle down exactly what the mindset must be at Hallis Hall. And I think we've done a great job of breaking these players down in the draft and doing it the right way. And what we struggle with as fans is not seeing a particular position group being addressed and thinking that's the answer to all of our woes. No, it ain't. One edge rusher in this draft is not going to push us over the top. I promise you that.
I know, and
not a fucking one of them. Not
we keep zeroing in on edge, but Patrick is probably actually addressed it a bit more smart. And at some point, if it isn't at the edge position, then it's like what to me might have been more important than rushing the passer. If you're going to go down the road that they went down, is stopping the run. Because that's where we are. Like the flip side, like, and here's where things get interesting though, right? So the flip side of this and where Ben's head is, which is a super cool place to be. I just need to see it in real time. What I'm getting at is, like, if your defense ain't on the field and their offense ain't on the field, they're gonna have to pass the ball. If you got 21 plus points over top of the other team, they can't really run you down. So it's a really interesting strategy that he's employing here, in my opinion, that we've never seen. May just work crazy like a fox type shit, but at the same time, like, you would think that you'd want to shore up if you could also prevent the run from happening. That'd be great.
All right,
then you don't have that as a problem. We
got a few more players to deal with real quick, and we can have that conversation on the back end of this conversation. Casey Eio Mume out of Tulane by way of, I think, either Arkansas or Alabama State. I can't remember which tape I saw, but it's Arkansas or Alabama. He was at a smaller school, a HBCU, and then he moved it up a class to compete there. Casey Eio Mume is a cornerback out of Tulane who is 6'1", 198, maybe 200 pounds. Remember, every corner that we talk about here at this point is a press corner that is press man to man. Y'all got anything to talk about here? Go ahead.
Yeah. When I looked at this kid, I saw both schools, and whatever wide receiver he was lined up on, he was just on them, like the cape on Dracula. Wherever they went, he was just there. Drag whatever route deep across the field, he was just there, ready to break it up. And then if there was a run play, he was more than willing to come up and make a tackle. His awareness is pretty good. His shadowing was just uncanny. How he was just in receivers' pockets.
Go ahead, kids.
I'm just what I said about the tight end room. The secondary looking a little bit crazy now too, right? How many corners do we have on this team? Trip.
Let's see: Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, Tyreek Stevenson, Zay Frazier, Cameron Lewis, Malik Muhammad, Dante Manning, Josh Blackwell, Terrell Smith, Dallas Flowers, Jalen Jones, and Casey Eio Mume.
Hey, kid, you asked the wrong question.
Oh.
The question to be asked is how many press man corners do we have on the roster?
Not as many.
Okay. So answer that then.
All right. Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, Zay Frazier, Cameron Lewis, Malik Muhammad, and maybe Jalen Jones and Casey Eio Mume. So I would say 7.
I counted 8, but okay.
I wouldn't even put Jalen in that conversation. Jalen Jones, and I like Jalen Jones and Josh Blackwell.
So 7 out of 12 are press corners.
Wow.
Probably. You got maybe I'm talking about serious press corners.
Yeah, I don't think you mentioned Terrell Smith and all that.
And he's not a press corner.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
Okay, all right.
So we're looking at the bottom rung of the roster. I'd make sure I throw Tyreek in there. He's capable of doing that because he played at Miami. That's just what they did. And press corner is what they're epitomizing here, making sure that they bring in guys that excel at press corner. And so you have a that's a difference between a cornerback is not just a cornerback. You have cornerbacks that excel and play really, really well in space and in zone coverage, route recognition, and know how to break on routes and all that kind of stuff. That's great for teams that play that kind of defense. But you're looking for corners that really, really are confident in front of a receiver and saying, I'm taking this guy out of your options as a quarterback. You're not going to be able to throw to him. Casey Eio Mume out of Tulane raised his stock by coming out of the HBCU or whatever small college it was I was looking at and came to Tulane, which ain't the hugest of jumps. He didn't go from HBCU to Georgia or Alabama or one of these teams in the Big Ten. No, he went to Tulane and he excelled. He did. And I think his ceiling is high. He's got to work on really that footwork. And that's it. Just working on his transitions and being cleaner in his transitions and making sure that whatever the receiver does in front of him, he has an answer to it with his feet, because his feet will keep him in every play.
I like this.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I like the way this kid plays. Trip, you're right. He's like a blanket.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's all over these guys.
He's one of those weighted comfort blankets.
Yeah.
You know who else is? Malik Muhammad, when they asked him to play man-to-man.
Yeah, they're both very solid in press coverage here. I can see why they brought this young man in as a UDFA. End of the day,
but I mean, he also was that exact. He looks like he could use a year in the weight room, and eating, from a professional nutritionist and chef and such. That would boost him physically.
He's long, but he's got body weight. He's just got long limbs, and it makes him look skinnier than he actually is. He's strong.
Any idea how tall he is? What's his measurables? Do you know?
KC is 6'1", 6'2", about 198, 200 pounds. He's perfect.
Yeah, he looks like a good size to me. Like, I'm gonna say something, but I'm gonna say something else. Like the one thing I don't see is a lot of takeaway from him. But what I do see is now you got me. I'm gonna say the thing. Like, he gets his hands on balls, man. Like, that's it.
Mm-hmm. I've seen more breakups than him.
I had to pause before the pause, but like, you know what I mean. But he actually does. He breaks up passes all the time because he's
always around the ball.
He's in a wide receiver's back pocket, and he's just knocking that thing out of the sky. So like, you got to appreciate that. Oh, there's a takeaway right there
I watched him on he was on a podcast. It's one of draft prospects, and this is before he became a Chicago Bear. And one of the guy asked him, like, what do you think is your strong suit? What do you think you excel? And he said it right out, flat out front, what I just told you, kids. I'm a press man corner. And that within itself, you circle that and know that that's what Dennis Allen is looking for with this guy. He wants guys that are confident in getting up in people's faces and really covering them tight and leaving the people that really are concerned about pass rush. Guess what? The best of Dennis Allen's defenses show nobody to throw the ball to on the backside. Nobody. And so the coverage sacks that I've been talking about happen because there's no freaking body to throw the ball to, because you're getting press man corners that are making the quarterback think twice about throwing a damn ball. He's looking for corners like that. Those are the best of his defenses. And I widely regard Dennis Allen as one of the best defensive coordinators in the game of football. He knows.
I don't know if I do that, but
he just got to let that man assemble his proteges and let them get out there and play.
I do respect him as one of the best minds in football, like with respect to the secondary in football, right? Like he knows how to utilize the secondary a bit different than most other defensive coordinators, which is kind of interesting. Same token, we ain't seeing a lot of that in Chicago either. We saw, like, I guess, a little bit with Flus, but even Flus's version of all this is a zone case scenario, not press man. So Dennis Allen is trying to, like, y'all, it's kind of ass backwards from what we're used to. He's trying to make sure that you have nowhere to pass the football to.
Kids,
understand? Like that's what he's trying to do.
Okay, let me give it to you from another way of looking at it. So you see the defense from the front side out.
That's what I'm used. That's how I've watched football my entire life.
This is where I'm about to challenge you. And a defensive coordinator that sees the defensive backs and the linebackers as, like, I'm looking at my pressure coming from how you guys do it from this side in. And so turn it around and look at it through that lens. And if there's nobody to throw the ball to, guess what the quarterback is going to do? His eyes going to get a little jittery. He's going to start thinking about moving around. He's looking for some kind of option, and he's not seeing it. And guess who's chasing him? The defensive line, and it doesn't matter who it is. And so when you think about it from that construct, a coordinator that thinks about it from the backside forward instead of the front side backward.
I get it, and I don't like. Fuck, I just don't know if I love it. I need to see it work, right? So, like, Joseph is saying what I would normally say, and I'm going to read it here. Joseph Matuzak is saying, but he needs some kind of freak up front, and it'll make his job 100% easier. That's what I'm used to in real time. Because again, if you can get that quarterback to be a little bit jittery, get him off the spot, then if you really don't have anywhere to throw the ball to, it's a problem, and you're taking that ball away. Now, the flip side here, imagine this, Joseph, right? Because I'm just trying to bring my head into this new headspace. If there's nowhere for the ball to go, then even if you don't have a freak, it might just be coverage sack city all day anyways.
Hey, kids.
They count the same.
Yeah, they're the same damn thing. It's just less pressure, but pressure caused by the secondary leaving there no place to.
Well, hold on. No place rephrase to that. Less pressure from one freak, but more consistent pressure from the front four, and confusion from the safety and or linebacker and or corner that could possibly be blitzed.
See, I wouldn't call it pressure.
Hold on, kids.
It would result in sacks. Kids. You know what I'm saying?
Confusion.
Listen, let me explain something to you, man. If you and I'm telling this to everybody, If you want to see what Dennis Allen is capable of, take it all the way back to 2018. Take it back to 2018 when the Bucks were making their run. Take it back to the Bucks game against the New Orleans Saints. And you want to see what I'm talking about? When I tell you he's looking at this from the backside and forward, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. There was no particular freak of an edge rusher on either side of that ball. But what he had was pressure that came from the middle, it came from the edge, it came from the secondary, it came from all over the place. Linebackers, everybody got after him. You know why? Because he was assured that those guys on the back end of that defense could cover. And Tom Brady just lost his shit. He lost it because there was no answer for what Dennis Allen was doing. If you have nowhere to throw the ball, if they take the top off, if you can't throw the ball over the top, that's his last option. If there's nothing to throw to down the field, then you have nothing. They took away the short game. They took away the intermediate game, everything. When Dennis Allen's defense is humming, he has fast linebackers. He has great press man corners. He has a nice-ass freaking slot corner. And he has pretty much everybody else up front who is – you had your Cam Jordans of the world. You want to call him a freak? He had him. But everybody else were just guys that were drafted. Best defense in the league that year. Best defense in the league. Go watch that fucking tape. And you'll start understanding what I've been talking about on these shows. Go to 2018, New Orleans Saints, Tampa Bay Bucks. And you watch the sequence of how that played out defensively. And I'm telling you, it's tried, tested, and proven. If your back end is tight and guys can cover man to man, you can freak this shit out any way you want to up front. And you don't have to have the top-notch edge rusher. You don't. You can have some guys that can really get down and play, and they will be sufficient. I've been trying to tell people that for the longest time, but you're going to have to see it play out before you believe it.
No, that's the facts. That is the facts. Because again, you know, having somebody who's really disruptive out there is going to cause quarterbacks to throw, cough up ducks and throw the ball up. And if there's no place for that ball to go, it's going to wind up in the hands of the secondary, and they're taking the ball back. What we're at, like what Dennis Allen is putting into play is quite the opposite of that. And that's an interesting concept that I've never seen. So we're going to find out. We're going to see it in real time here real soon.
Everybody sees it from the front to the back, kids, but this is back to the front.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And it's obvious by the way they've drafted so far.
Yeah, they went the other way around.
Mm-hmm. They went from the stink to the pink.
Wow.
One way of looking at it. But Eio Mume, you guys are right. When the first thing that you notice is he stick to you like flies on shit. Press man corner. We just added another one to the list of guys that we think can really, really cover man to man, and that's what he's going to need.
Like, why this isn't? Like, fuck, I have to see this. I have to see this real time. Why this is kind of cool is like he's got guys in the secondary that he can blitz like mad that are probably faster than any edge rusher you're going to find anyways.
4 threes.
Who needs an edge rusher when you can have linebackers, slot corners, safeties get all the sacks?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have that edge rusher. Oh, we don't have a guy above 5 sacks or 10 sacks. We don't have pass rush. Pass rush comes from all different angles.
What do you prefer? One guy with 15 sacks or 4 guys with 6 sacks?
Exactly.
I don't give a damn.
Say that shit.
Somebody's getting to the quarterback, and Jared Goff ain't eating this alive. just because he's got time to do so. But this prevents the time. It's a very, like, again, conceptually, it's a very interesting concept. I've never seen this fly in real time on a football field, but it's, it's crazy like a fox shit. It just might wake.
Kids, think about it this way. Now, you watched the games live like we did, like me and Trips did. If you notice, you didn't really see the slot corner come off the edge and blitz a quarterback until you saw CD Gardner-Johnson come on the team. That's
no. They used
Kyler when he was healthy.
Yeah,
but there was some time between. There was a little time. He wasn't confident on the back end to send the slot corner. So you got to be confident in not only your corners and safeties, you got to be confident in your linebackers as well. So that's the thing people don't understand. Like, you got to be comfortable that your linebackers can slide into that space and are quick and fast enough to cover the space that's vacated by the slot corner that's blitzing. He wasn't that confident. And I understand why he called the game the way he called the game. These guys weren't, let's just say TJ, for example, wasn't fast enough to cover those spaces. So he called the game a little more conservative than you would imagine a Dennis Allen doing. And so, again, this is KC Eio Mume out of Tulane, added to the repertoire of competition for press man corner. Let's see if these other guys like Terrell Smith, guys like that, can really step up to the challenge of playing press man corner and doing it well. I think he's got the size, he's got the length. He can do it, but is he used to it? KC Eio Mume is. And so that's his he's got to get to KC's level instead of the other way around. All right. So the next guy is Skyler Thomas out of Oregon State.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. He's 6'2", 212. Go ahead.
And to borrow a phrase from Greg Gabriel, shout out Podfather, shout out Greg, Barroom Network. Skyler Thomas will knock your dick off, kids. He'll put it in the dirt. He will come up on support, even though he plays, let's say, deeper safety.
I liked him before you said all that.
Well, his coverage is a blanketed kind of thing out there with all that territory to roam and cover. And he has the speed, he has the individual go-getiveness to be on the blitz as well as in coverage and man run support. He's a good football player. He was on a team that had issues, but his talent is obvious. He's wearing that C on his uniform for a reason as well. The desire there, the motivation's there, and the pedigree's there. It's just his production in that defense didn't really show what he can do. I don't think. And as seen from the other players that we've talked about and will talk about, this coaching staff is looking for players of that certain DNA that they have. Poles and Dennis Allen or Johnson, offense, defense. But Skyler Thomas is a football-loving, play to the echo or the whistle, physical specimen that I think that these coaches want to develop into a multi-positional kind of, fella.
Why do you think this guy didn't get drafted?
Because of the depth in the safety room, as well as playing for the Beavers. No matter how much we love the Beavers, the prospects from the Oregon State, team didn't, tickle a lot of procrastinators or the draft consensus board fancies.
He looked pretty decent to me, man. He's good in the run game, definitely good. Obviously, he's a safety. He's good in the pass game for sure. Pretty solid, just general FBI. His instincts are, he's got really good football instincts. He looks for, he's looking for the gaps. He shoots the gap with quickness, gets your running back. He will shoot it to come up and get your quarterback if the need be. Pretty solid safety talent, pretty solid safety prospect. Like I say, I'm kind of surprised that, again, I wasn't following the Beavers as much as I love them as well. Anyways, I could wax poetic on Beavers all day long. wax Beavers. In any event, in any event, I mean, the kid's a solid tackler. He actually gets the job done quite well, and it has probably more to do with where he was playing than what he was doing on the field while he's an undrafted free agent.
And if you look at the room, you got Kobe Bryant, Dylan Thieneman, Javarius Owens, Elijah Hicks, and Skyler Thomas.
Not bad.
The thing to pay attention to, if you want to go back and look at Skyler's tape, again, he's 6'2", 6'3". He's a big kid, 212 pounds. He doesn't move like 212 pounds. He moves very fluent. He moves like a 170-pound guy. He's a very fluid mover. That's the first thing that stuck out to me. Was like, how much you say he weighed? 212? Oh, he's big. And moving like a little fox, man.
That's just the way he moves is just so instinctual, though. Like, he knows where he needs to be at all times and closes gaps super fast, like faster than his size would dictate, right? But I like I say, I like this player, and I know we needed just a little bit more support in that safety room. So I hope he sticks around. I like what he puts on tape here, man. So
I think we got a future backup safety for free. And when you heard me talk about there's some guys that's been on this roster for the last couple of years, it's just there, just laying around. Not saying they ain't worth nothing, but according to the previous coaches that we had, and you're trying to assimilate the roster and accumulate what you can keep and what you can't keep. There's some guys that ended up on this roster that didn't necessarily fit what the coach wanted to do, but they had to roll with him. And there's a couple guys that were on that roster shouldn't have been there. I think he has one of the stronger, Skyler Thomas has one of the stronger cases to make this roster one way or the other, because he's more like what Dennis Allen's looking for. Now, when you're looking at safeties, if you want to think about their value, especially as a UDFA, think about how well he played when he's a lone high safety, when he's up top by himself, not in a 2 high, but he's in a 1 high. Think about how well he navigated that course. Not only that, and when they slide him into the box, and he has to play more close comfort kind of football and get in there and tackle and make plays in the short area, he's equally talented in either one of those roles.
Versatile.
Yes.
Yeah.
Equally. That made him particularly attractive to this team. He's comfortable in zone, comfortable in man. He has no problem with getting on tight ends, getting on, running backs. It doesn't matter who he has to cover. He steps up to the challenge and accepts that role.
And also, not only Skyler, but look at the DBs that we've talked about, KC. But look at what we talked about earlier with the tight ends. As more offenses and other teams are going 12 and 13 personnel, we're going to need those versatile defenders, that can cover bigger guys and that have the speed that can do that. And lowest common denominators with the versatility pieces that we are bringing in at linebacker, at safety, and cornerback, they can do that.
This is probably one of the better pickups in the UDFA class. I ain't gonna say probably, he is. One of the tapes that I was more confident about him making the team. So he's one of that 7 or 8 guys that I think, unless he F's it up personally, he's going to make the team. Excuse me.
All right. Like I said, definitely like what I see. Decent measurables, high football intelligence, man. Really knows where the hell he needs to be at almost all times on the field, and that's key when we're talking about the safety position. So this is one of those guys that I do hope sticks around and becomes a sound addition to that safety room.
Let's see. True Pilgrim, he will make the team, in his opinion. So. AC Adam, this UDFA class is solid, no doubt. Power Pulse compels you.
Hey, man. Kids asked why didn't he get drafted? And it goes back to my eternal argument of there's not enough players drafted. And they have to forever deal with the fact that they were UDFA and they got to fight their way into relevance. And that's unfair to me, man. But that's me. That's me. And
life is unfair, as they would say, unfortunately.
Easy peasy to say. Let's talk about this guy. Let's go receiver.
I thought we did that already.
No, this is a different one, kids.
I know I'm teasing. I'm being kids.
Go ahead, Trish, if you got
something. Amari Kelly, wide receiver, out of Michigan State. Nomad to give you all the particulars, but just looking at him, he was another one of their go-to. Well, he was their go-to guy in big situations when they needed a first down. You know, he was the guy that they fed. He ran all of the routes of the tree. He doesn't have that track star 4.2 speed, but he plays fast. He has that toughness. He plays special teams. You know, he'll return on that ass. And he did something else that we saw Squirrel do, as well as Xavier Thomas. I saw a highlight where, you know, they threw it out to him on a screen and he did halfback pass, kids. So, you know, Ben Johnson sees that. He sees the football IQ. He sees the toughness. He sees the love of football, the relentlessness, the athleticism, and you come up with a UDFA of Amari Kelly, who has the runway to compete. You know, he may end up on the practice squad, but he's definitely somebody who, if he made the roster, he would contribute in some form or fashion because he is a football player.
What do you think, Nomad?
Are you passing it to me?
Sometimes I do that, yeah.
Number one, who just said that? AC Adam just hit it right, Dex, just smack on the head. When you get through with the composite for Amari Kelly, who is, to be sure, he is 6 foot 188. So give him 6 foot 190. Not as small as I thought he was while I was watching him play. He looks a little smaller when you're watching him play, but holy crap, when they need a play to happen, they need a first down, they need anything, number one is going to get the target. He is a playmaker. He's not a specific slot receiver. He's not that. He's an X or Z, in my opinion. That's going to have to. He's going to be kind of Luther Burden's push. Okay. If you want to ask me what he is. And when we're talking about depth and they're just trying to add to the depth and competition of the roster, he's there to push Luther Burden. That makes sense to you all. He's there to push Luther Burden. Whatever plays that Luther is going to be running during camp, whatever plays he has to execute, they'll ask Amari Kelly out of Michigan State to do the same thing. Go out there and run Luther's plays. Is he the same player as Luther? Nah. But he can make plays. He can make plays. And he made them in abundance at a Michigan State. He's a playmaker, bro. There's nothing really bad you can say about him except his long speed. His long speed ain't top notch. But his in-game speed is everything you want.
Who does he remind you of?
Luther Burden.
Mm-hmm. That's who you say?
Yeah.
Who does Luther Burden remind you of?
A lot of people.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
I'm looking for the person you said the first time that you saw Luther Burden. You made a very specific comp because that's who he reminds. Yeah.
DJ.
Yeah.
Ding 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 ding.
That's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of DJ Moore. That's
what
I see when I watch this tape.
He looks like a running back once he gets the ball in his hands.
You got it. Looks like a running back when he gets the ball in his hands. He is smooth, right? Smooth. He's not, just like Nomad was saying, he's not fast. You know what I mean? He's not 4.228 type fast. He's smooth. He's a playmaker. Crisp routes. You're bang on, man. He's the guy that gets put on the field when Luther Burden goes down. Worst come to worst. I was kind of laughing to myself, going like, "How?" Anyways, so he went to Michigan and Boston College. Is that right?
Yeah.
I was like, how did Ryan Poles find the Boston College receiver this time around? He's really watching his old alma mater in a major way. But regardless, I actually like this kid too, man. This kid is an interesting look because you never know when your wide receiver goes down. You're gonna have to have. So right now, the one thing I guess we have that too. So I guess right now we've got a backup in place for all three of our sort of wide receiver archetypes.
Yeah.
Right? So your DJ Moore / Luther Burden / Amari Kelly. You have your Xavier Thomas / your Squirrel.
I'll read it off to you kids.
Mm-hmm.
You got Romo Dunze, Jade Walker, Maurice Alexander.
And there you go.
Luther Burden, JP Richardson, Amari Kelly, Khalif Raymond, Xavier Thomas, Squirrel White.
It's crystallizing on you guys that we really drafted for depth and competition, and which is to me more valuable than drafting for, let's say, a need where you have to stick a rookie into a grown man's game and expect him to produce and give you the kind of output that you're looking for. When you draft for depth, you're basically, again, you're muscling up from the bottom and pushing the people at the top to be better. You whatever you liked about one of these starters' attributes, you have these starters' attributes beneath them.
And don't be afraid of the word depth, because we think of, well, not we, but a lot of people think of depth as not starters, not people that are going to contribute, unless some guy goes down, whereas I'm looking at a lot of these depth pieces that we're talking about, and they are starters in a year or two, because guess what? They have to be developed. And when we say, oh shit, when did we get that guy? Oh yeah, he was a UDFA last year. He's been on the practice squad for 2 years, and now we see them contribute on the field. It's like, oh, they weren't play one, day one starters, but they developed under this staff, and now they are starters. So depth, is not a bad thing. It is a very necessary thing, a necessity, if you will.
Very much so, Trips. Great way of putting that. I mean, it's just what you got to have. And this is Amari Kelly, 6 foot, 188, 190 out of Michigan State. That is everything you liked about Luther Burden, just to push Luther Burden. Hey, Luther, we love you. We love what you bring to the table, but guess what? Don't get fucking comfortable.
I wouldn't go saying all that, but
all right. Let me keep it going because you want to turn into another conversation.
No. I'm just gonna say let's hope he stays healthy because this guy might take his job.
You want to talk about depth? This is Jiren Cump, center out of Utah. Bigger kid, Jiren Cump. Let me see. Let me make sure. Jiren Cump is 6'6", 315 pounds. He's a bigger center. You can see that right there. Bigger center. But you talking about you ain't getting pressure my ass, sacks my ass. You ain't getting nothing past him. He's a wall.
Mm-hmm.
He is a wall. And so, okay, Nomad, they just drafted a center. What do we need with Jiren Cump? He's a center. You need your draft pick to be pushed. And that's what this is about. Pushing your draft pick. You think Logan Jones is going to be the future center of the Chicago Bears? Guess what? We just brought a guy in as a UDFA that's going to push him. And so we don't have to wait 3 years for Logan Jones to get up to par because we got a guy that doesn't give up sacks. He doesn't give up pressures, let alone sacks. Check his stats.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Jiren Cump is. He's a wall. He's the Great Wall of China in the United States, in Chicago, that doesn't give up pressure. He's a great pass protector. In the running game, a little bit, slightly less than better pass protector, but equally effective. That's what we just got. Slept on, bro.
I don't know who it was, but it was one of the Knicks draft procrastinators. Those dudes that is like Jiren Cump should have been drafted in like the 5th round type guy. Most of his reps were at center, right? Or was he was a dedicated center, right?
I looked at the center reps.
I don't see him at anything but center.
Right. So, yeah, because I was thinking, theoretically, if we are going to continue the team building experiment and what's going through the mind at Hallis Hall, because Dahlman retired out of the blue, they had to make an audible at that position. So they traded a 5th round of the 2027 draft for Bradbury. And then it's like, okay, so we solidified that position with a veteran who has a 1-year deal remaining. And so, all right, you reach up in the 2nd round for a center, Logan Jones. It's like that high, a center. We kind of think that's starting territory for him. And you know what? He is a 6-year veteran. So he is going to legit, have the intelligence and the size to come in and compete. If he can secure that starting position, now you have this young man in Jiren Cump who can, be the backup center, or put him on the practice squad, let him duke it out with Krutz's kid. But the vision of, all right, we got to call this audible. Let's draft Logan Jones. Let's see if he can start. If not, like at the beginning of camp, and win that battle, at least by the middle of the year. Now we got Cump, this UDFA, who fell to us, as our, backup center. If that's the way they kind of envisioned it, I can see that happening.
Yeah. You starting to go ahead, kid.
No. You go.
No, I'll wait.
Okay, so this kid played all 5 positions on the offensive line.
That was some versatility there.
You know what I'm saying? This is so I didn't see anything but center film, but he's played across the line, and that's an upside again, given that if you get the chance to see the center film, he's pretty dangerous, right? He really manhandles folks at the point of attack. Not a lot of people are getting by him. Run game pretty decent in the run game as well. I taking on double teams, he seems to swallow them up, which is kind of crazy to watch, but he just does. What were his measurables, Nomad? Did you catch that?
6'6", 315.
Damn. I wonder what the arm length is. It's like
another guy with the C on his chest. I like that.
Really, eh? Yeah. Well, his coaches love him. I'm not surprised that he has the C. Coaches, quote unquote, has come out and said that he's, in his 12 years of coaching, this kid has the highest football IQ of all the players he's ever coached, which is, that's a pretty decent compliment coming from a guy, again, who's been coaching football at the collegiate level for over 12 years. Take that for what it's worth. Sounds like the kid's smart.
Look at his hands and fingers, how he swallows up that ball. Yeah.
He also swallows up double teams the same way. Like, I'll just put that out there too. Right. So so yes, this will definitely be a depth push for Logan Jones in front of him. That's just factual, as well as the other centers that they brought onto this roster at this point. But I like this kid. I like what he's bringing to the table. I do have to stress, though, I think that he's bringing in intelligence. I think he knows football, and I think he's going to catch on real fast to what Ben Johnson's trying to do.
So I say this, you guys. One is now you're starting to understand why they left so many roster spots open. Starting to understand that now, and knowing that they felt that there was a lot of value in the UDFA market, and it's just about, can we get these guys to commit to being a Chicago Bear? How do we get those guys to commit to that? And think about a Jiren Cump that could have went and signed with anybody and really pushed somebody to be a starter somewhere. And they convinced him that, hey, we love Logan Jones and we love what he brings to the table, but he's just a little bit light. He's a little bit light. He's about 300 pounds or beneath that. We need to have somebody that has a particular size and strength to be able to be a center. And I don't think any of the reps that you saw him at guard, that's a given. He's going to get moved over and he's going to play some guard in this camp. He's going to have to do that, and I think he'll be fine because of his measurables. The center reps are where you get why the Bears have drafted. They drafted basically clockwise to Logan Jones. Got a bigger, stronger center to push a center that is less than that. And I think that's where we are here with this Bears draft. They're thinking a little bit ahead of what most fans are really even paying attention to. This guy is going to challenge Logan Jones, man. He's going to challenge him.
And, if looking at challenging, Logan Jones, Bradbury's, let's say, a one-year guy. So, he's your emergency kind of backup. But, the aforementioned Joe Thuney at left guard, behind him, you get one-year guy, Jordan McFadden, and, the yet unproven Karan Amagaji. That's it. And then, behind Jonah Jackson on the right side, Luke Newman, Kyle Hergel, and then Kaden Bernett. So Cump has the opportunity to, be the, let's say, backup center and the, number one option at left guard, backup number two option at right guard and swing tackle, because he has versatility, as well as what he can develop into, in the future as a starter.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm looking at the comments in there, Trips. You're right, man. It's, you start thinking about across the offensive line, you start thinking about guard and where he can find more snaps. And guard is definitely, he's going to definitely get pushed there. He's going to definitely get pushed there. And who was that said it? Smitty. Good call. He could be Joe Thuney's replacement. He's definitely got the measurables, the size, the strength, the length to play some Joe Thuney type of role. You're talking about a perfect time to bring in a guard or a center that can play roles like Joe Thuney does. This is the perfect time to do it. So long as you have Joe Thuney on the roster, perfect time to bring in a tweener. Perfect time. And so 6'6", 315 pounds, minus about 10 pounds, you're looking at Joe Thuney. Point blank, period. And so Jiren Cump out of Utah, 6'6", 315 pounds, is a great prospect. Even though I've seen all reps at center, man, the guy is hell in pass pro. You just don't beat him. You just don't. He had literally 0 sacks, 0 pressures this year. He had 3 sacks he gave up last year, I believe. And I don't totally attribute that to him. This is a great pass protector. Solid run game blocker. Wow, what a great pickup. Wow. I think this guy is another guy that has a strong chance of having some stability here in Chicago at some position or another, whether it's center or guard. I think he can find his way on this roster. Great prospect, man. Let's get to another guy. And I'm gonna sound a little bit negative at first because this is Mason Murphy, who is 6'5", 320 pounds. He's another guy that I think lacked the foot quickness to mirror guys at tackle. And since he's since he's here at the tackle, let's talk about his tackle reps, because I didn't see any other reps other than tackle. I'm going to make the case for him to slide inside or either lose weight, which I think Mason Murphy has to do because he had a problem mirroring the smaller, quicker edge rushers. He really did. And that's the downside to him, is if they can bring him into this draft class and get him to the weight that they think he should play at, I think he'd be a much better tackle prospect. And that doesn't even mean that he make the team. That doesn't mean that at all. But if he has a chance, he has to get his weight down so that he can mirror quicker guys and smaller guys. He has to, because his tape really showed his flaws at tackle. He just could not block smaller, quicker guys that can get under him. And that's because he couldn't mirror them. To mirror those guys, you have to have quicker feet to be able to get in front of them and keep your body in front of them. He didn't have that. And I think whatever Auburn was doing, they required him to be a little bit bigger. In this system in Chicago, he's going to have to drop like 10 pounds. If he wants to have any chance at making the team, he's going to have to come in this camp at about 310 pounds at the minimum.
Now, did you see anything other than right tackle reps?
No.
So, just positionally, who is on the roster? Darnell Wright, Theo Swing, Joshua Miles, and then Murphy. So, just from, I don't want to call him limited, but not the lack of positional versatility, being kind of pigeonholed there at the right tackle. vidIQ saying he's capable and smart. Mold him into what you want. Exactly. So you put him on the practice squad and you just let him mold, maybe learn how to swing a little bit or whatever. But, it seems like a future in development kind of prospect right here.
I think, and the only reason, Smitty, I say, and Joseph, why I say drop some weight. If you drop a little bit of weight, your feet are going to become a little bit quicker. You can shuffle a little bit faster because you're not carrying extra weight. Drop about 10 pounds and you can slide and get in front of anybody. But at the weight he's at, I'm just assuming that that's the reason why he couldn't mirror where he needs to, and guys got around him, guys got under him. underneath him, any kind of way to the quarterback. He just couldn't get to their second move because he lacked the foot quickness. And if you want to blame, you want to say, oh, he needs footwork, work. Yeah, he does. He needs that simultaneously to dropping some weight. He does. But what I see on tape is kind of scary. If he doesn't lose weight, he has no chance to make this team. Losing weight is going to give him an opportunity to be able to mirror on some of the guys that are going to be rushing. Luckily for him, in this camp, most of the edge rushers that we have on the team are heavyweight guys. And he handled bigger guys a whole lot better than he did the smaller, quicker guys. He could anchor against them guys. That's probably why Mason Murphy signed with his team, is because he knew that the Bears had bigger, stronger guys that he felt more comfortable, that didn't have that quickness and all that comes with some of these smaller edge rushers. He can put on some good tape here in Chicago with defending against those guys. Put him against a whole bunch of 3-4 defenses that have smaller, quicker guys. He has no chance in hell. Not at that weight. Nope. He cannot be a professional football player blocking those guys at that weight. He can't. This is probably about as negative as you probably heard me talk about a prospect, ain't it, Trip? You
my bad. I gotta.
Just gonna
Hold
say.
on. All right, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it's not negative. It's just a review, a critique of. It's not about glazing a kid just because the team signed him or picked him up. It's just what do you see? And it's like, well, this kid needs work in this with his footwork, with mirroring, with XYZ, and that's not a criticism. It's just a critique. Two different things.
What do you think, kids? You the only one that ain't had nothing to say.
I couldn't find any tape on this guy.
That's because you got to go to Auburn offense versus whoever. I tried to tell you that about 7 shows ago. Sometimes you ain't gonna find individual highlights on certain players. You got to go to their offense and see how he fares against whatever defense they were playing against.
That's just one of the few guys that I've had to get deep.
Do a little talking. I got to pay a water bill.
But yeah, didn't get the chance to really take a look at this guy. Unfortunately, it's one of the few.
Ooh, big up to everybody tuning in. Yeah, sorry, that was you got the personal vibrator here going.
You're doing what now?
Personal vibrator.
Oh, okay.
And it's heated and it's got the cold. So you turn that side for cold, turn that side for heated. And it's got and it's like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Get your mind out of the gutter,
Sorry. Heard vibrator and that dot.
Yeah, it's good to work stuff out when you're stiff or loose or dry.
She said all of those things. Yeah, no, didn't get the chance to look at this guy, man. It's unfortunate with Mason Murphy. We can always use help on that offensive line, and it looks like in this UDFA class, they went pretty deep into the offensive line because I'm pretty sure we're going to be looking at a Josh Kreutz here soon, but he wasn't.
He just was a minicamp invite. He wasn't a UDFA.
Invite.
Yeah,
he wasn't a UDFA. Damn. All must be pissed. Well, what can you do?
I think he just appreciated them bringing him in.
Well, you have to at that point, right? At least showing a little bit of love, giving the kid some level of opportunity. But they did looks like they've tripled down at the position of need. So in that respect, I think we're all right. Yeah, played right tackle at Auburn. Leo Factor.
Yeah, let me put this in perspective. I see them being attracted to him because of traits. Mason Murphy has traits that, we're talking about competition from all levels, and we're talking about every position. Mason Murphy is there to push the right tackles on the Chicago Bears, and that includes Darnell Wright. And if Darnell Wright is looking at him as competition, he's got let's just say Darnell Wright carries his weight a whole lot better than Mason Murphy does. His foot quickness is a lot better than Mason Murphy's is. Mason Murphy can be a very good prospect if, in my opinion, he drops a couple of pounds. I think we're talking about a different Mason Murphy, a different one. So we've gotten at least 3 players that we've talked about tonight that I think that needs to lose weight to really give good competition to the guys on the roster in Chicago, and he's one of them. I think his foot quickness was just way suspect when they left him out on the island to block whoever. So long as it was a bigger guy that matched his size, he fared very well against the bigger edge rushers. Smaller guys, they can whip right around him. And so that's what we're dealing with Mason Murphy out of Auburn, 6'6", 315 pounds. Nope, let me make sure I'm right about that. 6'5", 320. So I think he's got an uphill battle, but I think if he comes into camp, mini camp, in shape, he gives himself a chance to get to the next level, which is training camp. Let's get to the last guy. One of the guys I'm more high on. This is Jaden Loving out of Wake Forest. Trips, you sound like you had something to say about this guy.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Jaden is 6'2", 317 pounds. I think this is your new Big Bill.
Yeah. He's the somebody mentioned earlier in the chat comments there that who's the plug, who's the run stuffer, who's the guy that's going to be eating double teams, that can fire off the ball. And now we introduce you to Jaden Loving. He has the get off. He has the relentlessness to be good at football. It plays high motor plays to the echo of the whistle once again. He has the toughness, and he is definitely a rotational piece. Because of looking at the defensive line and being that big dollar bill was gone and Chris Williams is gone and Jonathan Ford was gone, that was the beef of the line, where everybody else is a little lighter in the ass. This is your 300 plus pounder in the middle of the line that can get off, with the snap and eat double teams and get after the quarterback if left to his own devices, one-on-one, if you will. So the pressure is there. I mean, he's obviously not a defensive end, but he's gonna stuff the middle on the run, and if they pass on it, he's gonna force the pocket from the center into the quarterback's lap.
About you kids.
That's what I see. What I like about this particular prospect is his ability to block shed. He sheds blocks with the greatest of ease, gets right into the gap, and becomes a problem in both the run game and the pass game. That's what I'm seeing from this particular prospect. Clearly, he's massive. So he's going to plug those gaps and make sure that running back's day isn't quite as awesome as it could be. But he's holding back defenders with one hand, taking on double teams. He's your Big Bill part, 2.0, just maybe not quite as strong as Big Bill, but give him a little while. I'm sure he'll get there.
No,
How
what
many
does Joseph say? He plays like the quarterback took his mama's cheeseburger.
It's something like that, right?
I like him.
how many times have you guys heard me speak to the difficulty of watching big dudes that play in the middle that are two gapping versus what we do, and that's getting vertical, getting up the field? How many times have you guys heard me say that? Because sometimes I feel like I'm repeating myself a little too much, and it's like I somebody needs to tell me. Have you said that too many times, Nomad?
Yeah, you said it too many times. I'm messing with you. Obviously, you ran.
But watching this guy on film, you're gonna watch him, and people are gonna be like, "Okay, why is he not getting up the field? Why is he so slow? This or that?" And not really understand what they're looking at. They won't unless you constantly repeat yourself and tell them that you're going to be bored watching Jaden Loving's tape because he's protecting two gaps. That's what he's doing. He's not trying to get up the field. And so to endure his tape, you have to be patient. And so he's another guy that was on the list to be talked about, but we just never got to him. His tape was so effing boring, I ain't gonna lie to you. Until you seen the moments where they asked him to get vertical and nobody could block him. And you start talking about shedding blocks and getting off blocks and getting on upfield. You can't mess with him one-on-one. You better have two people blocking. Because when they say, hey, all we need you to do is get vertical and make a play, just get in the backfield. Present yourself in the back. There's nobody that's going to stop him. And that comes from his childhood. Again, my scouting let me know that because he grew up in a family full of brothers. And everybody, they fighting, they're getting into it with each other. Everything is a competition. Hence what the Bears are looking for. They're looking for people that just love physicality, they love football, and guys that love to compete. He's a competitor. In fact, I think he did himself a disservice playing at Wake Forest in a two-gap scheme. Just flat out disservice. If he was anywhere in the country that got up the field, like say Miami, 4 down front, or say Iowa for that matter, that just really focused on the 4-man front, that your middle guy got up the field, he'd probably been drafted in the 5th or 6th round. But he fell undrafted because when you look at the tape, it's hard to translate what you're looking at on tape, him two gapping and trying to figure out what that looks like in a scheme, and seeing if you see, just imagine if you've seen enough reps that he got up the field and made a play in the backfield. Just wasn't a lot of that. But when you did see those flashes, holy shit, they can't hold him one-on-one. They cannot hold him one-on-one. He's going to get right off your block because his bottom level of his body is stronger than yours. He's just going to run right through you. And his hands are powerful as shit. I think this guy's going to make the roster, and I think he's going to supplement what Big Bill does. And let me just say this for the record. I don't think people should be thinking about Gervon Dexter on this roster as a 3 technique. I think you should be looking at Grady Jarrett. I think Gervon Dexter is more your nose guard. Mm-hmm. And so this guy is in here to challenge Gervon Dexter in that regard.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Bring this guy in as a nose. Serve up Gervon as well as a nose. I like what he does in a 2-gap scheme though. Like I do have to say that he holds both gaps, and he gets in, in a running back's way, 90% of the time. So I'm liking what I see with this guy. We'll have to see what he looks like in a 4-3. It's a little bit different from what you're describing, and I understand it. We'll see how vertical he can get. But he's a big boy. what I have seen is him push a center and or guard a fair amount back and just use power.
Two other big boys.
Yeah, man. So I don't mind him. I like Jaden Loving. He'll be an interesting prospect to actually watch in action. But again, considering we lost some of our larger contingent, he's a welcome prospect to wind up.
Wait, he says 325?
No, he's 317.
Well, wouldn't he be pushing as one of the largest defensive linemen on this team?
I would have to say so.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, because Austin Booker, Neville Gallimore, Grady Jarrett, Montez Sweat, Contavious Street, Vandenberg, James Lynch, Daniel Hardy, Jeremiah Martin, Javon Dexter, Jonathan Garvin, Jamri Chroma, Dayo Odingbo, Shamar Turner. Yeah, Jaden Loving is the fire plug of the defense, looks like. So his pathway to make the team, seems like a lot laid out in front of him because of his unique abilities and physicality for the position that we ain't got on the team right now at all.
The guy plays beneath his pads kind of on a different level. Like, one of the things that people are going to start noticing here soon, if they haven't yet, is Dennis Allen is looking for guys 6'3". 6'3" is probably too high for him. Beneath 6'3", low to the ground, big bottom, strong base, and they can get under offensive linemen. And that helps his defense really get up the field a whole lot better. And so, to me, he's the epitome of everything I've ever seen in a Dennis Allen defensive lineman that plays in the middle. He's right there at that 315 range. That's strong enough to really hold the middle. And if you have to ask him to run over there and play some 3 technique, he can do it. So he got guaranteed money. Pay attention to that. And so when you start thinking about who is going to challenge Javon Dexter, look no further than Jaden Loving.
Man, from what we've seen, I mean, obviously, Javon is a professional, for a few years, but from the skill set of being able to take on the double teams, being able to split them, being able to, do all the things that Nomad and we've all talked about Loving doing compared to, Dexter going into a contract year, we can see the vision here. And like I say again, I'll reiterate, the pathway for Loving to make this 53-man roster and make that defensive line rotation is probability high.
Yikes.
Very high. Go ahead, kid.
No, I'm just saying that makes for it probably makes for a good thing, actually. Any way you can push Javon at this point is a good thing.
but lowest common denominator. Out of all the positions discussed, name one position where guys aren't pushing, guys in that room.
This is why I was trying to convey the fact that I think they drafted for depth to everybody so that they see the draft in that regard instead of in this whole other realm that everybody's talking about on these podcasts. They're not seeing the bigger picture.
Well, sounds like a whole bunch of competition.
Yep.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
AC is like what this is the beginning of May. Rookie camp is next week? And then is like May, June, like 2 months before they come back again or something like that. But it's like, damn, I want to play with them now. Wait, that didn't come out right. I want to play with the shiny new toys or see them play now.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
My girlfriend laughed at Trips, man. Your ass crazy.
I'm glad you
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, but this is Jaden Loving out of Wake Forest, 6'2", 317 pounds here to push Javon Dexter and see if he can reach the next level. This guy's, I think he's definitely going to make the team. And I probably feel more confident in him making a team than almost anybody else we've been talking about tonight.
Wow.
Just by way of the guys I've seen in Dennis Allen's defense, he fits the profile better than any other defensive lineman. He just does. He just does. So we waited until after the draft to get a defensive tackle, and this is what he looks like. But we watch him on film. Don't get overwhelmed with how much he's two-gapping and not really getting up the field. Just try to project what that looks like if you watch enough snaps, what it looks like when he's getting up the field.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you look at all of the players drafted, the UDFAs, I don't think any of them are, well, other than I would say Logan Jones, are totally developed as players. And, he still has more to learn himself. But all of these players are accomplished, from their schools. A lot of them were captains and all of that. But it seems as though they all still have another level that they can attain as professionals, with the appropriate coaching and support system, weights and nutrition and all that stuff. So it looks like just like the last draft class in 2025, where it's like, man, these guys looks like they have ascension still left to them. This class matches that as well, that it's like, man, these guys are talented as AF, but with a little more molding and professional development, they can be some really good professional football players. And I think to a man, we see that in these players, in that DNA.
You know what, Trish, to that point, I'm going to go back to Dennis Allen. The guys that ended up really performing on his defensive line weren't guys that were drafted high at all. Those are late round draft picks. They were guys that were UDFAs. They were guys that were brought in as UDFAs and just ended up on that roster and just really turned that roster defensively into something else. And so you start asking yourself, oh, wait a minute. We thought that the second day of the draft was going to be all Dennis Allen, but guess what? It wasn't. First, the top end of that was all Ben Johnson, and the rest of it was Dennis Allen. Because you know what? Dennis Allen's comfortable with some of these guys that ain't a whole lot of people talking about. And so we got to trust that too. Got to trust that. And I know what he can do with some of these guys.
Mm-hmm. And that's the exciting part, because we know the mind of Ben Johnson from the one season we've had him in, before. We see the offensive pieces that we've acquired and we've broken down how they, could possibly fit. Same on defense, the Poles DNA and the coach's positional versatility and desires. And we are now starting to, not only have those frontline positions, but the depth as well, which will be developed into the frontline positions. So the professionalism of the scouting department, the front office, and the coaching staff of this Bears organization now is showing that, they want to take the North, the division, and not give it back by not splurging or throwing draft picks at a trade acquisition or, spending a lot in free agency, but being frugal, having a plan and sticking to that plan. And we're seeing the players that they're acquiring right now. And I don't think there's one fan that can say that the 2026 Bears going into the season, that to a man on the 90-man roster isn't shades and grades above, the 2024 Bears roster.
Look what Smitty says. This also tells us that they really did their homework and correctly predicted how the draft would go.
Mm-hmm.
They left those spots open. They left those spots open, and I really am clear now, more clear now than I was before the draft, that they felt like there was large value in this UDFA class. And I don't think they're done.
No, because there's still, I think, 2 or 3 open spots.
Yeah.
Because they got the mini camp invite coming up.
They got
so
those
leaving some flexibility.
They've got those guys that we ain't talked about. There's a few guys there, at least 2 guys there that I really feel good about. And we ain't going to talk about them yet. I just want to see how that moves and shakes once they get into rookie camp. Once that starts get solidified, we can have those breakdowns too. But right now, it's just really getting ahead of yourself when you start thinking about, tryouts and different things like that. You just got to wait and see how that plays out. It's just not enough for me to be doing breakdowns, in my opinion. But this is Jaden Loving out of Wake Forest, defensive tackle, more importantly, nose guard, 6'2", 317 pounds. Wow. Watching him play, you got to watch enough tape for you to understand how good this guy can be in this defense, man. It's just impressive once you watch enough tape, man. This is good. This is really good for the Bears. Get him down so we can already close this show out, man.
One guy, kids, that I would recommend that you take a look at, even though it's just a mini camp invite, so it's still tenuous as far as the roster. But running back out of Kansas, LaShawn Williams, a very fun watch, very entertaining player.
He's noted. And also another guy that's noted is defensive end Nico Taylor out of Oregon State, but I don't think he's got it. I don't think no. I watched it just to see, but I don't think he's got the motor to play with us.
So all this conversation today made me think of one thing. So what seasons was Brady over in? When did Brady go to? Where the hell did he go? Tampa?
New England?
No. When did he leave New England?
We got to be quick. Remember, we got to get out of here before 5 hours.
Okay. Anyways, it just makes me think of the honey badger. Is really what I'm thinking of. Do we have a honey badger?
You mean safety?
No, I don't really mean a safety.
What do you mean?
Do we have a player in the secondary that is just a wild card, that's just a joker that we can move wherever the hell we want to move him? And is that player potentially Dylan Thieneman?
Well, what's the difference between Thieneman and Kobe Bryant?
Maybe it's both of them.
So it's like Nomad was trying to get you to think of the defense from the back to the front as opposed to the trenches out. As opposed to a dominant defensive end. I'll challenge you to think of the safeties, plural, as the honey badgers, plural.
Interesting.
That's a good way to think about it, for sure, because I'll tell you why. I think we got multiple players that are multiple.
He's a snow badger, the scroll says.
Exciting whites.
You talking about Kyler, you talking about Thieneman, you talking about Kobe Bryant, you talking about and this is a stretch a little bit, but even a healthy Jalen Johnson has some multiplicity to him.
Even a Cam Lewis.
I know what you mean, but it ain't quite as explosive as those other 3 guys you thought.
Well, Cam Lewis.
And then start thinking about the size of Terrell Smith and Tyreek Stevenson. Talking about multiplicity. You talking about guys that can slide out there and play safety comfortably and with their cornerback skill set. Those are guys that have been talked about for the last 2 years as, hey, what do you think about, Tyreek Stevenson or Terrell Smith as safety? You know how many times I've gotten that question?
Well, I don't think that's even a feasible conversation to have now.
It is feasible, bro.
I don't think so. Now,
I think they'll be pushed that way this year.
Why would that?
Because Dennis Allen plays a lot of, I'm going to tell you, Dennis Allen loves dime defenses. he loves to play with extra DBs. And so when you play with extra DBs, you're thinking about dime coverage. Two safeties, two cornerbacks is what a normal defense looks like. And you're talking about adding two extra defensive backs. What are you going to do with those two extra defensive backs? Those guys have to play particular kind of roles. They're going to have to play kind of hybrid safety. Yeah, he loves dime defenses, man. He loves cover 3. He loves man-to-man. And all that stuff, to me, translates to you better have some dynamic cornerback and safety play. If you got bigger guys, that's better.
Interesting.
But then also you got the speed in the linebacker room in DeMarco Jackson, Devin Bush, maybe even a Dominique Hampton that they can flex into like a strong safety-ish, type role, for the defense while they're on the field at linebacker.
If something went down and you saw Kyler float out there to a safety, everything in me knows that I'll be comfortable with him playing that role. Something happened where they had to supplement Terrell Smith or Tyreek Stevenson out there at a safety role. I know enough about those guys that I know I'd be comfortable. And so what they're looking for is dynamic guys that can really move around, and you don't have to have a particular position that you we know what Terrell Smith and Tyree Stevenson are. But how do you fare out there when you have to get off the ball and play space? That's what a safety does.
Interesting.
All right. Hey, 2 thoughts first of all, real quick, let me be the first to wish you all May the 4th be with you. And second of all, we are less than a month from June 1st. And we know June 1st, what that represents in the NFL, cut day. So think about also players on other teams, that are going to be available, with these 2 or 3 open roster spots that the Bears still do have.
You know what, Trish? Good thing you said that, because I do still believe that the roster is incomplete. I think they are definitely waiting. And don't expect some edge rusher to come out of the blue and make you feel happy about this draft. Don't expect it to happen. Expect them to go into camp with the guys that they have, and when they put the pads on for a couple of weeks, tell them what they need to do next, whether they need to do anything at all. When they put the pads on in camp, if they're not satisfied, quite frankly, they can do a whole lot of things. And I think they set themselves up to do that. Right now, they're going to go into camp with what they have and let camp dictate with pads on what we have and what we need to do moving forward. And I would just tell everybody, stop paying attention to what everybody's talking about, trades, and you need to get this player or that player. No, they're going to go into camp and see exactly what they got.
Well, fact of the matter is, in all of that, they don't really have the financials set up to do any of those things.
Not right now.
It's not even a, I don't know, it is a conversation people are having. It's just not a feasible conversation to be had. So unless you hear that they've gone ahead and restructured a bunch of players, now that the draft is come and gone, and these players, these UDFAs as well, have made it onto this version of the squad before they cut down, you're just waiting for that message. If that message comes out, then you can speculate maybe they're making some kind of a roster move. But Nomad's bang on. I don't see them doing anything. Like, I'm gonna say, like, edge rusher pipe dreams are might as well be flushed down the toilet at this point. Just gonna put that out there.
They are literally pipe dreams. Like if you specialize in smoking meth and all that kind of stuff, and you just get a kick out of some of the thoughts that people have, and they just know that you one of those people that sit around thinking about who they can trade for, who they can pick up. That's just strictly smoke and mirrors, man.
Well, to make matters worse, right? So they lost Akeem to the Chargers, and then let the Dame Tucker find his way to the Chargers as well as a UDFA, right? So it's just like I don't really think they're really looking for an edge at all. I don't think they're looking for one. Somebody needs to slap them and show them that like you need one before they.
What I'm talking about right here. Drew Pilgrim talking about why not sign Joey Bosa for cheap?
Well, that goes Jadeveon Clowney, Joey Bosa, any and all of the veteran defensive ends that are still in free agency. They ain't coming free, so money's going to have to be cleared up either way. But also look at the veterans, and you know how they do. Camp starts like August or whatever the date camp starts, they'll sign like the week before. And then they'll spend all camp ramping up, because they're veterans. They ain't trying to go through camp. And, so that could be a last moment thing. But then you got the June 1st, who's available then. Then you're going to have the, camp cuts from other teams. What players are going to shake loose that maybe this staff has their eye on, or that their staff is like, oh shit, that player is available. He's going to make, our team better, bring him in, so these opportunities are still here. Which ones are more feasible? Who the hell knows?
Hey, Pilgrim, let me tell you something before we get ready to get out of here is Joey Bosa looks great in a uniform. He looks great out of uniform. But he sucks in attrition. Sucks. Absolutely sucks.
He's injured. He's been injured. He's always injured.
Always.
All the fucking time. And
there is somebody that I would throw out there besides that particular veteran. And that's Von Miller. And the only reason I throw the name Von Miller out there again, like they'd have to clear
say that in front of Trips, who's gonna just fucking.
No, but
I was like, ain't he on AARP?
He is on AARP, but he still gets 9 sacks a year for like no money.
Golly, man, you don't get the fucking stat out of your fucking head. I know something. Golly,
what?
The fucking sack stat. Get that shit out of your fucking head.
I'm just saying he gets the job done. He actually produces. The man produces at an old age for little to no money. So I'm just saying there's guys out there, but long story short, unless they go and unless you hear they've gone and restructured a bunch of players' money, nothing's happening.
We got it right now.
Forget all the stats, man. Oh God cares. You're gonna make me choke you virtually.
He wants his sacks, damn it.
I just want some kind of pass rush that might exist, but at this point, like I'm saying, I don't really see that happening. So I'm gonna have to watch this football season and see what happens.
AJ Espinosa.
You don't understand pass rush other than edge rusher. That's all.
No, I do understand pass rush.
No, you don't. No, we wouldn't be here. No, you don't.
Sure, we would.
No.
The only reason I brought it up is because True Pilgrim is talking about Joey Bosa. There's other guys out there, is all I was saying. It's got nothing to do with my understanding of pass rush, whether it comes from other
these years,
other areas.
And you still don't get it, but we'll leave it there.
I totally fucking get it. I don't know why you my man always takes everything so personal.
An edge rusher is an edge rusher. Edge rusher is an edge rusher.
Yeah, I understand.
That's it. He's just an edge rusher, and no matter what the stack box tells you, that doesn't necessarily.
You can get sacks all over the fucking field, man. I get it. I'm just saying there's also other edge rushers available that they could get on the cheap. That's all I was saying.
It's okay if they don't sign one, kid.
I'm fine. It's not I don't get paid by the Chicago Bears. If I did, shit would be different. but hopefully this shit works. That's all that I can say.
Bitch.
All right. I'll tell you what, man. Let's close it out with some final thoughts and what do you think about this UDFA class per way the way we broke it down. What do you think about the guys and be clear about who you think has a real strong chance.
Let's see. Let me pull back up the UDFAs here.
All
right, strong chance wise. Huh?
We only have so many minutes to get out of here.
Yeah, I just think Cump looks more, accomplished and ready than Barnett or Murphy, the other offensive line guys. Loving, I can definitely see in the rotation. Papa Large, I can see him fighting with Ishmael and Nikolai for the bottom of the roster, and Gabriel Placencia, the kicker. I want to see that competition. So there's a lot of competition, and there's a few guys that can make the roster. UDFA. Shout out to Jack Sanborn. Shout out to T-Bag. Shout out to Ian Wheeler, and a shout out to our former quarterback there that's in the UFL now, throwing 4 touchdowns a game. What's his name? Rush?
Austin Reed.
Austin Reed, thank you. So yeah, and a shout out to the coaching staff that are able to identify talent in the UDFA market, and we're gonna trust that this coaching staff is able to coach them up and develop them.
Okay.
Yeah, the safety looked nice. The center looked nice. The DT, I don't know how nice the DT look. I'll be frank. He looked all right, but he's gonna make the squad because we don't really have anybody else to fill that position. So those are the 3 that jumped out to me. Coleman, the running back, looked nice as well.
All right. I'll tell you what, man. I do think,
Squirrel too. Squirrel looked all right too. Actually, both of the wide receivers looked okay.
I will repeat it again. I do think 7 to 8 of those UDFAs you saw here tonight will make this roster for this reason, not because of their particular skill set, is because they are in the process of turning this roster, especially in the middle or the lower rung of the roster, up. They're trying to cycle them out so that this roster looks more like them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think we are, and that's why I said that this draft class was mostly about depth. And if you want to replay this show and watch it in its context, when you get to the part where we start talking about that and break down what we said about that, all you got to do is go look at the actual draft class all the way down to the UDFA pieces that we got. And you can see it pretty clearly. We only got really one starter, day 1 starter. That's Dylan Thieneman. And the rest of those guys are just supplementary pieces that they are looking to replace some of the guys on the roster that are currently here that they didn't have anything to do with. That's what it is. No matter what podcast you're looking at, no matter what, media show you're looking at, when you start thinking about Chicago and what we did in the draft, just know, if you want to spread the word, you should go ahead and tell people that the Nomad Network told you they drafted for depth. I stand by that. And I think the guys here on the show stand by that too, after further review of us reviewing the entire roster of what we know they have versus what we know they just brought into the building. It's clear to me they drafted for depth. But that's the point I wanted to make before we get ready to get out of here. Save a couple of minutes before we go and tell you guys that, hey, we are the Nomad Network. We are Sports Chicago style, and we are also Kez the Canuck. All 3 channels are streaming right now, and it takes you nothing. No time at all does it stop and hit the like button at the very least. If you want to help the channels out a little bit, you hit the subscribe button. But thank you guys for being here. It's a pleasure to be a part of the Bears fan base and be able to give you our takes on this whole thing. But we love you guys, and we just want to leave you guys with these famous words. Love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.